Well, that intro didn't start as smooth as I thought it would, but nonetheless, thanks Chauncey for tuning in. Hopefully, you still here. I'm gonna wait a sec before people hopefully enter the room, Chauncey. Otherwise, it'll be me and you, brother. And Lord have mercy, do I got a doozy for whoever decides to tune into this beloved. Can you still? I'm gonna use beloved in that manner, beloved. They call us a podcast stream. Backerberg in the building. Lord have mercy. It's about to be crazy. I got a lot of stuff to y'all. A lot of things to talk about with y'all. Yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about. I know this is kind of out of the blue. But yeah, I don't know. It's like that. What you want me to tell you? Let me see who's in here. Backerberg, White Douglas. Am I clickbaiting you? This is the question. Don't call me no African. Is it clickbait? You know what? To be honest with you, it wasn't. But hey, doing what's going, well, how's it in these days and times? That very well may have been the case. I promise y'all, I wasn't an effort to clickbait. It was, well, you see how this even came about, because this story gonna get real. What they call this interesting this evening. But give me a second. I promise you, it wasn't till now. I'm like, the hell with it. It's Saturday night on the heels of bashing. Don't call me no African, damn it. Good evening. Good evening. If that's the case, all type of insanity might ensue this evening. I got surprises and all type of analyzes and yo, let me tell y'all something. Y'all could partially thank Conway and Tony Yayo for this. Oh, well, hold on. Before we get old, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, by the way, but let me tell y'all something. That Conway and Tony Yayo was only doing ad-libs on the joint. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Calling me names won't hurt my feelings. I know what I'm talking about. Any people who actually listen to real like rap music or y'all, yo, and the Nas and AZ song is fire too, no question. But yes, this has to do everything, my friends. This is why I was going to wait, but since he want to jump out the window, this particular crash out session is brought to you, and he might not be the one crashing out. I was provoked into this, y'all. These are the facts. Hold on. Look, and then I get in a text. Now I done sent him the link. I get in a text from him just now. You're here because of me. So what he did, and now that I'm putting this all together, Rob Bourne, you think you slicker than you not that slick. You see, Rob Bourne, I partially blame Cabo for this, but only in a good way with Sister Cabo. Only in a good way. But Rob Bourne, now it just makes sense. You made me press this live button for this. Now I really think it's a good way, because that's about the only way I would have went live to do this. So nice one, Slick. That was a nice one. But Rob Bourne is don't call me no African is what it is. But hold on, y'all. You could think it's not this, boy. Hold on, y'all. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Hold on, son. Y'all think I will get if they're gonna strike or shut down the live cast or whatever you call this thing if I play like a few seconds from that? Yeah, you think you slick, Rob Bourne. You's a sucker, because now people really gonna come in here. You was a sucker. Yo, it might be a whole lot of deaths by the time I press end on this particular performance. Yeah, this is gonna go a lot of places, y'all. Rob Bourne set me up. I ain't even think about that. That was a slick one. I swear to God, I ain't think about it until you just put that in the chat. Like, wait a minute, how did I end up live right now? This wasn't. All right, hold on. And this is all from yesterday, and I know why. And I know why from yesterday you did this sucker shit. Hold on. Pardon me, Chad. I'm not just Babylonian for nothing right now. I'm gonna get me a drink and I'm gonna get back to this nigga's a sucker. Oh man. This nigga's wild. All right. Yo, folks, thank y'all for tuning in. Oh, this nigga's terrible, son. Now I gotta get half serious to do this shit. I done forgot all the links and all this everything else. Yo, check this out, y'all. Rob Bourne. Now I'm just gonna throw you out there, champ. Rob Bourne thought he had me. Now, before I begin this, Rob Bourne, since you're in the chat and you set me up, will you admit and just put a yes or no in the chat that I defeated AI again? And that's the main reason. That's all. Will you admit that before I proceed? Because this will be the second time I want it on record that I defeated AI and all the lies and how 99% of people will get caught up in it. Rob Bourne, I will wait before I go any further. Look, see, the numbers is going down. You better hope I start sharing the screen. 20, it went from 27 to 22. Now it's 20 people. By the time you just say yes, Rob Bourne, so I can continue, it might be one person left, and that'll be Jesus, because he's, there you go. All right, so I defeated AI, y'all. I say long live the robots. These are the facts, but I once again, for the record, defeated AI. And in the process, I ain't no goddamn African no more. Somebody called Tyreek and I'm biased. Breaking news, don't call me no African. How about that? Oh yeah, we going for broke this evening. Yes, sir. Don't call me no more African. And of course, how we got here. How did we, because I'm bringing some of y'all, don't call me no African. This will be a consensus by the time we leave here. How do we get here? So I'm not going to go too far back in this journey and all this. There's a lot of things, as you know, we'll put this all together. Y'all get it. But how did we get here? Because ain't y'all supposed to be MBK or each one teach one, and y'all all Africa, 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 Africa. Yeah. Don't call me no African. And how did we get here is the question. Okay? I need y'all to follow along. Well, I was born in a small town. Now, so yes, we're the same people who basically, how you say, buttered our bread. Did Africans even butter bread? Ain't no bread in the jungle. Don't call me no African. But we butter our bread off of, West African history, and of course our history in America and Americas more directly. But this channel did start, as people remember, as talking about West Africa, and end up how we got from the jungle to here with don't call me an African. So once long ago, and I'm not going into the history. Okay, there's a few people in here. I did this the other day. I'm not going to spend but 2 seconds on this part because there's more to get to it. I put the video live. I'll put it back again so y'all can see it. But we went through the people on the plantations were from West Africa and of African descent, right? And we went through that and we had identifiers and various ways that we could do such. Okay. So I'm just going to go brief real quick and show you when I was down with the Africa. So when I was African, don't call me no African, no. But so this right here is how we're going to start. Peace to people joining the mayhem that's going to ensue. You can thank Rob Bourne for the bloodbath. You think it's going to be this relax and chill if you want to up in here. Rob Bourne is a demon. These are the facts, friends. So what happens is this. We're going to go to, this is just a part. So we're going to go, I just showed it the other day, so it might be recent. Okay, so we'll just go to sale because they were selling y'all. So we're going to go to find where some of y'all was for sale. Where is it? Just give me one so we can move past this part. Okay, here you go. So this is 1808. I haven't gone back even prior. So on them plantations, and the people who were here were from places like Congo, as you can see, and the Windward Coast, as you can see, and Angola, as you can see, and they were Mandingo and Fuller nations, as you can see, and they were brought to Angola, as you can see. They were Africans, known as, identified as, they were Africans, but in particular, when you break down what these were, people who were not only from the Windward Coast, but also people like Mandingo and Fuller, if you want to get more specific to, pardon me, y'all, for that one. If you want to get more specific to, in this particular instance, where are we? Nation levels. Mandingo and Fuller, you see, they used the word, I didn't just add it, nations. Okay? So these are some of the Angolas, more prime Congos, Africans, capital letters. Okay? So these are those people. They were prime Africans. And they were also Negroes, prime Negroes, also in capital. Talking about those people, prime Negroes, Africans. Okay, this isn't to go over this in too much depth, but so you understand, you can argue at your own leisure. I said Africans in capital letters, so we are clear who was for sale to be enslaved on plantations. I think I said Africans, big capital letters. Okay, so what happens is they were sold in places like Carolina to do, you know what they was doing. People from the River Senegal. Where were these Africans from? These particular ones were from over here, the River Senegal. Okay? I want to go as slow as possible before mayhem ensues. You have a foundation. Okay? So this is what's happening. Those are those people. Okay, done. Fine. Let's move on from that part. Okay. Where will we go next? Next, we see some Africans, right? Prime Africans. That's what Margaret, prime Africans. Huh? Okay. We are clear. Those are the people. You there. Those are the peoples. All right. See the guy joining here? When the last time you even saw this ungrateful, not even ungrateful, but demonic nigga. Just demonic, y'all. This Negro finally decide to come up here instead of just yelling at me, I should say what and do what. How do I get this off the screen so you can clearly recognize how they show just the one people's? That one right there. You see, y'all? This, when the last time you done seen this nigga rise from the ashes to even bother to come on here, you know it's going to be crazier than you might think this evening. You see? This is what happens. This is what happened. Try, Chad, he thought he had me. After all these years, let me swing back before we get back to the Africans, which I ain't no more. Don't you dare call me one by the end of this and how we got here. But check this out, y'all. He really thought Chad, wildin'. I got
Yeah,
yeah,
you was over there thinking, yo, this is interesting. Oh, wait.
yeah. We gonna see why it's interesting. Yeah, but yeah, like was never in doubt. Like, but it was interesting because we got here and somehow you don't like. I don't even know. I was sitting there minding my business, Rob. Boy, you was a suckers.
We here
Was
now. We
not
here.
trying. Yeah, all right, we here now. Okay, fine. So what happens is, y'all, when he decides to come up, I don't know what kind of stuff's gonna ensue. You might want to, yeah, people leave now and playing themselves. Trust me, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, you should have stayed because them niggas was wilding. So how it goes is this: I told you it was Africans being sold and picking cotton, watermelon, all type of stuff. Scarface people who was last time, right? Who remember that markings? We see nations, so we have specific parts of Africa. They wasn't Egyptians. You ain't seen nobody name no Egyptian name. You ain't say, hey, fresh from Karnak, we got cotton pickers. You ain't see that. So we not going there. We got some fine Tunisians to what? Snap some peas on the back porch. Didn't happen. It was specific areas, Western Central Africa. So we're gonna go on from there. You can argue at your own leisure. We arguing about one day was over here, Wagwan. And we're gonna get more specific and Pacific, as Rob Bourne used to say, to how we got to this point. See, these was Africans that they saw. They was called and recognized as such, and I've been through the various ways where we went on to acknowledge these things, right? And so what happens is, so we get into things called primary sources when we break it down. So we see that we're going to go from early on. This is a 1661 petition out of, starting with New York. Nas and AZ song is fire, by the way, like I said. And you see that in 1661, there were people named Dorothy Angola, for one, and she happened to be a
Your screen ain't
free.
on, bro.
My screen is not on?
No.
How's my screen not on? My fault. What did I do? My fault, y'all. There we go. I don't thank you. So there you go. This is what I was doing. This is what happens, y'all. Boom. Let me make big as possible pause so you see it. This is 1661, and you see Dorothy Angola. We got now more specific. We saw in South Carolina's case people coming from where? Angola. We see now in New York we have people from Angola. This is 1661. That she, in the year 1643, on the 3rd of August, stood as godparent. That's right. They was Christians and they was taking care of each other's children, right? Baptism of a little son of one Anthony Van Angola. For those who would like to know something, Van means of in Dutch. Anthony of Angola, right? So when those Brooklynites up in here learn something, when you hear Von Sicklin or even Van de Bilt, those are of Dutch and German lineage. Van, okay? Van Sicklin, Van de Bilt, Van de Veer projects, anything van nowadays will get you in a police van. Well, maybe if gentrification has us where we all be up out of here. Won't a Negro be left in no Van Sicklin, Van de Veer, Van Dyke, nowhere in Brownsville, East New York, where in fact Africans were. Okay, so we got these people from Angola here, right? And that's what happens. Hold on one second. Rob Bourne, take over one second. That's my child calling me. I'm gonna come right back. Talk to the people and say hi for a second. I'll be right in 2 minutes.
Yeah, this guy interrupted my workout. But yeah, man, I don't know. This is about to be a crazy live, man. Don't call me an African no more, man. So We're gonna look at lineage history today. Lineage history. Is it documented anywhere in history that we called ourselves African? Were we taught that we were Africans? Was there any time in history where there was a convention of black people who got together and had this discussion? Did they say that we wanted to talk about are you Negro or you're colored or you're African? Did that ever happen? And as the time goes past slavery, did we have that conversation again? I don't know where this is gonna go. I don't know where this is gonna go. But by the end of this live, I guarantee you this, you're not gonna call yourself something. I don't know which one it's gonna be. But this is all based off of the lineage, history, documented primaries by the people. And this kills a lot of different things. How people say, oh, well, they reclassified us and they called us the Negro and they took it out and made us Africans. Okay. Is there a documented history of black people convening amongst themselves discussing these terms on what we shall call ourselves? Is there documentation about us saying any of this? Did we make a vote on it? Did we say, are we going to be American Indian, Ethiopian, Moorish American? Maybe these things happened. But by the end of this discussion, you are going to make a decision. And this is going to happen tonight. So this video will not be coming down. So I had Danny in the corner early in the morning. I saw him, ran down on him. I was like, yo, bro, you lied to me, bro. You lied to me about this individual named Mr. Whipper. You lied. This is not in the primary. This is secondary sources. This is what the historians are saying about this primary. Where is this at in the information? So I started bombing on him, had him in the ropes, had him in the corner. He was like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa." He was doing, you never heard him like this before. I had him stuttering and bubbling and all these things of that
Wait, hold
nature.
on. See, I turned the volume on, so I ain't hear nothing but stumbling and bubbling. So I know you on here lying about me. Now I'm back. I'm
No, I'm not
offline.
lying. I'm just keeping the people entertained, man.
My older daughter just hit
I'm
me.
just
I'm really hyped now. She's like, yo, tomorrow I think we should DJ tomorrow. Now she gonna get in the DJ and she you know what I'm saying? Yo, now I'm super hyped, son. I'm about to make me another DJ. God damn it. Yes,
Yeah,
baby
so
girl.
let me
But
finish
first,
my
let me
little
buy the
soliloquy. Let
trouble.
me
Go
finish
ahead,
my
brother.
little soliloquy. So
Spell it.
basically, I had him on the ropes.
Go ahead.
I
You
had I
didn't
had
have
him.
me on what? How did we
Excuse
get
me,
to
sir. I'm talking right now.
Go
Be
ahead. I'm gonna go
respectful like
back
we
on mute.
normally
Go
are
ahead.
respectful. I had him on the ropes, punching him in the stomach and shit. And he was like, yo, hold on. Maybe you hold on. Oh, this is interesting. Wait a minute. I gotta find. I said, nope, this is what it is in ChatGPT. I put the primaries in here. This is what it is. This shit don't exist. Where is that? Like, no, I'm not. Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. It does. Well, it's not in here. It's not in there. That's when I had him on the ropes. And then I don't know how he got out of that shit, son. He pulled out on the 12th round, son. And the 12th round,
Oh, so
son.
you want to go to exactly where it is? Because I don't got no problem going exactly. We could reverse engineer
Nah,
whatever.
nah, nah. We
You
not
could
doing
get.
that.
You
We
could die
staying
in the
on
beginning
topic.
of the
I'm just
movie, my nigga. I was trying to set it up. You could die in
no,
the beginning. This would be
no,
a
no, no. We
Jordan
not gonna do that.
Peele
No,
like
no.
you
We
never
gonna
seen. God,
we gonna
God.
let it go. We gonna let it go to the end.
Nah, son.
And
If
then he
you
caught
want to
me,
die
bro.
in the beginning, you can die in the beginning of the movie. I don't,
No,
bro.
no, no, no.
I'm
He caught.
hyped
Listen,
now,
let
son.
me finish, bro.
What?
Let me finish.
Go ahead,
So
brother. Go ahead,
he
brother.
caught me. I tried to get him, son. I tried. I thought I was upset. I was mad. You know how somebody throws something at you and they trying to hurt you and be like, "Here, son," and you be like, "Man, shit don't hurt." So I got mad and I was like, "I finally got you, bro. You lied, son. This is not right and exact. This is not in the primaries. This is cap." And then the fight continued. So now we here now. So he doesn't understand Harlem magic and how I got him here. So no matter what you say, I still win, and the people win. Now you can continue on what you was about to do, and I'm gonna jump back on.
But
Adios.
see, the only cause I didn't. This ain't no people win and all that. Nah, I sent you. I see. I think I saw TK. Go ahead with all that. And matter of fact, I want to put this on the record because that's my man, and we've been going back and forth for almost a decade. I want to thank Ankh yesterday for giving us a little recognition and shout out. I genuinely appreciate it. That was some good stuff, man. But You think you slick because this is some bullshit you trying, son. Like, I'm not, son. We not even supposed to be here right now. So this ain't no whole thing. But I just want to get to the chase. But Rob Bourne died. And so what you talked to for the past 5 minutes for his soliloquy was a dead man, but he has been resurrected. Because why? Where are the people? Come on, where's the Bibio and them? Yeah, they don't really. Rob Bourne know better than all y'all and the Hootie. Like, I'll be tweaking off of this. So when he yes, let's get to the source. Why Rob Bourne to tell you anybody that know? Listen, I don't care. I just want the truth. Period. So I don't have, and I mean this genuinely, no agenda for not. If it may be something I could be told and tell Rob Bourne to tell you, I was like, yo, where? I know I got it, but where is it? And I was going to go with, well, yeah, that must be some scholarly mumbo jumbo because why? I can't see it. I swear to y'all. So we're going to get to it in a minute. But number one, don't think y'all slick. Don't call me no African. Y'all see why shortly. But anyway, that's how real this stuff. And Rob Bourne, I don't know if he told y'all or whatever. What happens is, and what's going to happen even worse, is AI is going to be a lot of people's downfall. Because we're looking at these algorithms as systems of record, and they have a way of now mixing science and psychology in some weird way to mislead, placate, know all the tricks to have that much magic. What is it? Truth built into this whole, yeah, you're right. There it is. And that's to this and this and this. And here's the name. And you go, yeah, this shit right. Because why? It's the goddamn robot. I say long live the robots. The smart ones will understand. You better learn all about this because they got your mind right now. I have done this twice in the past week or two. I'm going to get back to it, folks. I promise. But this is important. We are taking these things as 6 systems of record and absolute truth about things and quick to throw it in people's faces, not just Woketopia, people in business, people in government, people in education, people in science, right? And then we go, well, it must make sense. Well, they said they got a source and they said somebody said this and it all sounds right and perfect. Yes, the idea of generative AI is prediction based. It goes down to predicting the next letter you're going to write. So if that's how I don't want to get too techie and nerdy on this one because we're talking about Africans, but that's important. And so what Rob Bourne, I wish he could share that Chat GPT screen to see or whatever. Like he would do what scholars and everybody would do and come to the same conclusion. Why? Because actually ain't nowhere and it told me it ain't there and so forth and so on. But none of them niggas know true storying like the 26 niggas. And here, I am a black robot, Rob Bourne. Back to the story. So, what happens in this case? We got in 1660s. This is all to see where we're going. I mentioned this because these things are important so we understand where these people are coming from. And these are all primary documents to prove it. These are you can see where these documents are located for the smart ones. And this is important because Rob Bourne, right? You see something that say, okay, here's the source for X, Y, and Z. Is there a reference for that is what we can do because these sources, to a degree, most of them are even digitized now, right? This one is, what is it? The translation for this, why? Because it's a Middle Dutch document from the West India Company, is at Columbia in this case. And likely, I think I have this in somewhere. Oh, no, this one is actually upstate in Albany now. But yeah, actually, it says it right here. Charles Garing, if y'all don't believe me, let me just show y'all and shut y'all down because I know some of y'all be like, yo, he think he smart. When I say Charles Garing, my homie, I could show y'all the email. This guy, he's the head guy, translator, as you can see, of what? Middle Dutch. Okay, you can't even find but 10 speakers in America who speak Middle Dutch. And he is the one that has the records that I speak of. So they're in Middle Dutch. And how do they get transcribed? Hold is another one for people who want to go to the New Netherland Society. If you understand, this is where the nerd come out, Rob Bourne. They let them know who you dealing with. The New Netherland Institute, as you can see. Charles Gehring, the same guy, also here. This is where I'm talking about Dorothy Angola. And if I even go here on this, it says search a term. How about how about Angola? Let's get even more specific. Well, here we go. We can find these same people. Here's Gracia Angola right here, friends. Where is it? Well, you'll see. We're probably going to do another walking tour or something. Greenwich Village, when I say, remember the videos that were once public? Talked about how Greenwich Village was what? Was where the Africans lived. It was called the land of the blacks. As you can see, this was also an area where the West India Company conveyed farm lots to who? Freed African slaves. This is the 1600s. The 1600s for those in the back. Records of the colony show the first of these African landholders were who? Anthony the Portuguese, Gracia de Angola, there's that name again, and Garrett Deroux, right? Passing through their property down through successive generational, passing their property down through successive generations. They said they was African landowners on Manhattan. These are the facts. A lot of this stuff gonna hurt tonight, but at this point was just to show you Africans. And once again, this wasn't about New York or whatever, so don't get all in. We back to here to show you what we was talking about, what I was talking about in this case regarding this. But I'm going to go to, these are all primary sources of different things dealing with your people, primary sources, 1726 in dealing with this case. But let's go to see where these people are. These are rebels. They have names like Kwaku and Cuffy. The smart ones will understand that these are, in particular, Ghanaian names, okay? Right, Akan names. Let me try to get a little bit more specific to understand who's involved in this, I'll say, alleged rebellion in 1741. I'm going, Rob Bourne, I'm probably going to that another day. I'm just going to try to go through some stuff so we can get to where the controversy of the night get in, y'all. Bear with me. Pause on the get in part. But we got petitions right here. It says in this case, let me stop here. This is a petition in Boston, 1773, right? It says, sir, the efforts made by legislators of this province in their last session to free themselves from slavery gave us who are in that deplorable state a high degree of satisfaction, right? This is talking about I don't want to get too crazy, but the white folks now begin to push back against England. And so others use that as opportunity to black folks, and being the others, use that as an opportunity to fight for their freedom. This is 1773. It says, we mean the Africans whom they have purchased with their money. So we're clear on who these black folks wrote this, or even talking about and who is coming here. Okay, so black folks are even saying, we mean the Africans. It's designed by these black folks because they then ask, 1773, what did they ask? We are willing to submit to such regulations, this as far as that government in New England is concerned, for why and laws as may be relative to us, until we leave the province. These are people of African descent and Africans in 1773. America is not America yet, proposing to their government of New England what? Which we determine to, as soon as we can, from our joint labors, procure money for what? To transport whom? Ourselves. Where are you going? Are you going to Cairo? To some part of the coast of Africa, and that meaning the West Coast, because guess where they was taking them people from? Remember, For Sale, Windward Coast, Angola, Mandingo, Fuller. Remember? Where we propose a settlement. We want to go to Africa, said the people calling themselves African. This is 1773. No sleight of hand. No magic. You want the names of the people who said it. Oh, we got names. That's how we got here. Rob Bourne is particular in wanting to know names. Not in this case, but the name we're going to talk about. Peter Best is Sambo Freeman in 1773 Look it up if you don't believe me, y'all. Google it. Did that. And his partners up in Boston. So these people also call themselves what? This petition of a great number of blacks of this province. It's not the point of that just yet. We're going to keep going because we want to go to what? Not this one. Hold on. Let me go back up so I can see more of the screen. But we see here, in this case, once again, another petition to the Honorable General Assembly of Connecticut, the petition of the Negroes in the towns of Stratford and Fairfield in the county of Fairfield who are held in a state of slavery, humbly showeth, right? And they were petitioning for money for something, right? That we poor, ignorant, what did they call themselves? Themselves, African, themselves, 1770s, calling themselves African. But I stand here for you today and tell you what? Don't call me no African. And I'm going to tell you how we got here. Don't call me no African. These people clearly, as you can see, was calling themselves Africans. Before America's America, this is 1773. Anybody paying attention? We're going to have a test later, but that's not what this is about either. So now we got, during the time of revolution, gaining freedom, who's doing what? Oh, you's a free nigga now, huh? Well, maybe some of you was, but we're going to scroll through because this is Negroes fighting taxation without representation. Remember, I told you the free blacks, your ancestors, Africans and African descended people, but don't call me no African right now, was smart enough to, on the heels of what the white folks was doing to their mama country over there and starting a revolution, to use that as a premise to what? Gain more freedom for your asses, your ungrateful asses. This is 1780. Negroes are protesting against what? Taxation without representation. For those who was not playing dice in the locker room or in the bathroom during that, who said that? That was the Americans during what? The revolution. This is 1780 to be technical. We ain't even got that yet. The British ain't left. They ain't left for another 3 years. And black folks, Paul Cuffey and them, was doing what? Trying to get some rights, right? Cuffey, by the way, another day name. Calling themselves, because of their condition, despised, miserable black people. The same ones calling them Africans was calling themselves black too. I said themselves. This is Paul Cuffey's words, 1780. British ain't left yet. They don't leave for another 3 years, but you talking about America, huh? So, still not the point, John. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. How you ain't no African no more? But let me tell you, we are the same channel. This is where we're going to get closer to home. The same people. I said this name to y'all. I told y'all long ago. This Negro, I don't even believe in no heaven, especially no this guy's heaven. But I know if there's a heaven that I'm going, no matter how demonic I am, because of one man, actually two. This man, I have shown more people what this man did than I don't know who, and he's just about as random as they come, although niggas know church is all about. People been going to churches their whole life, generational. Anybody ever tell is African and what that mean? Richard Allen, who really he was? This nigga. Me, Free African Society. That society was buried in books somewhere in Schaumburg for 100 years before I start yelling it. And this crazy Negro on mute. And Kaba and Seneb too. Okay? But anyway, now we're going to get closer to home. This is 17. Now you see the significance of this. 1787. This is a preamble for who? The Philadelphia Free African Society. I know the wokes and others who are like, here he go with Richard Allen. Took me a while to get here, though. But what do they call themselves? We Whereas Absalom Jones, Google him, and Richard Allen, two men of the what? African race. They wrote this themselves. We got numerous primary documents of what these niggas calling themselves Africans. Huh? And don't try all that slick shit because you didn't know who Sambo Freeman and Peter Vestas was, so I said it. So to say they was Illuminati and all this other wild, silly shit you might say in Woketopa, use a goddamn lie. Huh? Anywho, these people call themselves the African race. This is 1787. Your Constitution, United States of America is just getting ratified. Down the block, I keep telling you, 6 blocks away. Let me slow down because we might have some people who actually care about what I'm saying. Here I go. Share this tab. Let's go. We're going to go. Free Africans Society sign. I can't think of how I should do it another way, but you play along. This is a sign outside the goddamn church. Look at it. Let's go to a good picture. Shout out to Black Pass. Huh? Share this. Will you open up? I'm live. Thank you. Share this tab. Share this tab. There you go. Go to Philadelphia. What does it say outside the goddamn church? This is before he had a church. Free African Society. Big sign. This is what? 6 blocks away from the goddamn Liberty Bell. Huh? They knew them people who was making America. They was 6 guys. Ask somebody who's in the chat from Philadelphia if I'm lying and making this shit up. Right down with from where the Liberty Bell is right where this is 1787. Go look when the Constitution is ratified, 1787. You have free Africans. They call themselves that. I'm not trying to Marcus Garvey you niggas. They did it. Huh? Called themselves Free African and had a nerve to have a Free African Society before America is America. Is anybody catching this shit? But I'm telling you right now, don't call me no African no more. This is how we got here. Rawborn is the reason why. Somebody call Unbiased and Tyreek. I'm joining. What George making out here? FBA flagging arrow to Sussy gifts for the chat. This is arrow to Sussy season up here today. Huh? So anyway, you see this. I'm not making it up. Yes, Absalom Jones, for a little bit more, called his church what? The St. Thomas African. Ain't a white man up here yet said this. Africans is saying it about them goddamn selves. Why would they say that? For Sale, Mandingo, Windward Coast, Angola. Them niggas knew they was from Africa. Scratch face niggas. Remember I showed you that? Walk around with scratches on their face and foul teeth looking like jaws. That was in West Africa. Anywho, so getting back to this. Got me all flustered. Okay? Beginning when America's America, you got free African societies. They was calling themselves African. I'm not making this stuff up. I don't even wear red, black, and green like that. I don't like how the colors go together. How you say clothily. You know who make, this is the sad thing. You know who make red, black, and green look good? Go and get you some of them Gucci suits. The old school ones, the red, black, and green. I'm sorry, Gucci. Let me stop for these niggas. Huh? Makes the best red, black, and green as far as I'm concerned, fashion-wise. Gucci. Yeah, I said it. Make the G stand for, I don't know, guerrilla gangster. I was racist. But look, they call themselves the African race and got the nerve to form a society for what? From a love to the people of their complexion. Why you do that? I didn't want you to go. So they doing it. But this ain't even no Richard Allen festival tonight. We're going to keep going. I just want to show you these people was calling themselves African. Here's another one. I didn't mean to do that. I'm wilding right now. Am I nice? I can go back. Oh, I'm close to nice. Okay. Here you go. Here's another one. We the free Africans and their descendants. This is a point of inflection. 1787. They are now accounting for the people who are not born in Africa, but are descendants. The rules of the Free African Society were for free Africans and whom? Their descendants. So this makes them people of African descent. This is 1787, written by Black people, accounting for you slow niggas 200 some odd years later who can't still figure this shit out. It's not that complicated. We're going to see how it got here. And I don't call me no African no more. We the free Africans and their descendants. They said it. You won't blame me for none of this massacre. They was running around here themselves, calling themselves Africans. Ain't that some shit? Truth, you always saying it. No, I didn't say this shit. Look at this. These are primaries, by the way. Them calling themselves Africans. Ain't that some shh? Uh-oh. The petition, in this case, 1788, these niggas is getting kidnapped. This is long before 12, what's his name? 20 years is 12 years a slave. Yes, I know it was Solomon Northup. Long time before that, 1788. What are they doing? The petition of a great number of Black freemen. They called themselves Black. They called themselves Negro. They called themselves African. They called themselves of African descent. They were all talking about the same goddamn people. You see it. These are in the records. We Blacks, we Africans, we African descent, we Negroes, we the same goddamn people. How are these niggas in the future so confused? Okay, so what this is, they're talking about themselves and their conditions once again. And so they could have money once again to what they want to do in 1788. These are other people. Let's be clear, because this is going to be the second time. One thing more we would beg leave to hint. That is, your petitioners have for some time past be held with grief ships cleared off from this harbor for Africa, and there they either steal or case others to steal our brothers and sisters, fill their holes full of unhappy men and women crowded together. Somebody call an ambulance. These niggas had the audacity to know that them people on them boats was they goddamn people. How dare they know this in 88, that lo and behold, this is how you got to go for wokes, because this is amazing. These niggas on them ships still ain't no disconnection. Lord have mercy. These niggas is slow as Manassas in January. But that's not about what we're talking about today either, y'all. This is just trying to get you up to speed. This is the condensed version of the massacre that's about to happen. But I just want to show you it's Africans all over the goddamn place. All over. Benjamin Banneker. This nigga calling himself Mr. African too. Yeah. Well, we're going to go on because I wanted to show you one more thing before we get off of the... what was that noise? The primary documents. Okay. This is from Benjamin Banneker. I want you to pay Coach's attention. Coca Kitchen, you heard me? What is the bleeping for? I'm not even doing that. What does that mean? Oh, y'all, can y'all see this in the chat? This nigga has got the nerve. I didn't even go back to the chat. While I'm talking, look at this shit here, chat. Lord have mercy. Look at this shit. You see the difference? Look. While I am sitting up, this is what happens. This is what he does. So he can go and lift somebody's weights. Let me go work out to this nigga talking about spear chuckers. He won't listen to MOP or NWA. This is the sick demonic shit that happens, y'all. Do you want to know what's going on in my real world? I told y'all all night and day, I got to talk about, you look. Huh? That's what happens. Let me go to the gym and have this nigga go on YouTube and talk about spear chuckers. You would swear I was making this shit up, y'all. Do you see my life? Huh? Look. Anyway, let me go back to what I was doing. This is some bullshit. This Benjamin Banneker peasy head nigga. Now everybody getting shot. Yo, somebody call Unbiased, Tyreek, and George Makins. I'm signing up. I want to go to Arrow to Sissy C's festival now. I'm sick of this shit. I swear for God. Benjamin Banneker, for those who don't believe me, let me go back. Benjamin Banneker's letters, this is 1790 to 1791. He's writing to Thomas goddamn Jefferson. Well, what does he say? Let me go over here. Sir, I freely and cheerily acknowledge that I am of the African race. Benjamin Banneker, calling himself because he was a goddamn African. We got people wanting to go to Africa. We got people coming from Africa. We got people all over the place calling themselves Africans. Shit, we got a free African society. These niggas is crazy with this African stuff. Huh? You African? How you from Africa? You just came from Africa on the boat. Anywho, this ain't even about that, y'all. Let me go. This nigga, Mr. Almanac, huh? FBA and who the other ones? The tribe niggas. Mohawks, black Mohawks, whatever the hell y'all are. Throw Benjamin Banneker out. If he's in somebody's hidden history, get the Benjamin Banneker back. This nigga running around to Thomas Jefferson, embarrassing us, calling himself an African. Ain't this some bullshit? I'm talking about a clock is only wrong. Was it twice a day or once? This nigga was dead wrong, apparently, but allegedly, I should say. Anywho, let me go further. Lord have mercy. What's Rob Bourne doing? I can't look in the chat. Is he doing upside down pull-ups or some old... I'm so flustered right now. Where's my reefer? I can't even smoke reefer in this goddamn house. This is bullshit. So anyway, y'all, before we get off of we just looking at this, and these primaries, but we see all of these people doing this in the 1700s before America is even America, calling themselves Africans and setting up African institutions and all this stuff, and literally naming themselves and calling themselves Africans and people of African descent, right? I don't even like saying Africa this much no more, but God damn it, these niggas was Africa, calling themselves black and Negro too. What? Got the nerve to have a African church. You see it. So don't say that I was making any of this stuff up regards to that and trying to win points for the RBG team, because I don't like them niggas like that too much either. They're my friends, but go ahead with all that. I don't think it's a good color scheme. All right. Keep the black and Jamaicans, the coconuts got it better with that. The yellow, they throw the yellow and the red up there. It's a little bit. Anywho, folks, we're in Boston. We're still in the 1700s. I'll move on, but one more time, just to be clear, and the niggas in the back, these people were setting up societies, and this one is in 1796. They, not me, in the first sentence of these things are what? We, the African members, form ourselves into a society. I didn't say it. This ain't Richard Allen even saying it. These are some other folks, 1790s. I think, unless you don't want to believe your eyes, you can see I didn't make any of the stuff that I was saying over the years. Well, no, they call themselves African. I'm like, I didn't say it. They said it. You see it. I have literally a litany more, and it wasn't about that. But since I'm here and just have to turn the page, we can do one more. This is what was this? This was probably a petition, right? To the President, Senate, and House of Representatives, the petition and representation of the undernamed freemen respectfully showeth that being of African descent, remember, they are clear 200 years before you got unclear somehow of who they are, what was going down, what they referred to themselves as well as they referred to why. I'm not going to go over not logistics, but how it went down when you did it. I showed you Mandingos and Congos and the Khans and all these other Fullers are coming here. So when you have an intermingling of nations, after a while, ain't nobody keeping track of that. And you have an amalgamation of all that is in Western Central Africa and these descendants. You go under the banner, they put themselves there. We are all from Africa. Now, this place is home for all of us. That's what makes us family, because we were family. We were cousins when we were Mandi and you were Congo. We were cousins with Western Central Africans. We have shared ties in certain ways, but not as close in that form until we got here and had babies with each other. Because the likelihood, y'all, that somebody from Benin even will have a baby with someone from, say, Angola was very small, because most humans on the planet probably traveled less than 100 miles in their lifetime. So this interact, unless you thought they was going on, yo, what you doing this week in Kunta? Oh, I'm going down to, I don't know, the Congo to go see the gorillas. No, that's not how that works. Unless them Arabs sold your ass. But that's another story. So you see that these people, knowing what and who they are, these from Carolina Negroes, okay? Late inhabitants and natives of North Carolina. This is interesting. Y'all peep game on that one? They knew that they were of African descent. They also knew that they were inhabitants and natives of North Carolina. They are clear mentally, unlike what the algorithm has done to Negro minds, to understand the complexity not only of humans, but in descriptions and how I am of African descent. Well, and these nuts will harp on this part. Why don't you go back to Africa and don't understand what descent is? Because descent part tells you that I'm native, in this case, to North Carolina, and others could be what? Louisiana, Georgia, New York, you get it. I am native to these places, my land of nativity. Bethlehem, niggas, nativity. We about to go to Christmas. It's what you're native to. I descend from Mother Africa. Always took that from school days. That's probably one of my favorite lines when I was younger, when he told Larry Fishburne and them, take your black ass back to Mother Africa. Love that shit. But they were clear back then. This is 1700s. Okay? But it's not about that even. This is another case of these people clearly, this was, y'all know who that is for, right? Gabriel. Y'all know who Gabriel ended up being, right? Okay. So you see this. I'm gonna move on from this. Move on. I sound like a true New Yorker on that one. But you guys saw that, yes, that was Gabriel in that connection to being African descendant, Gabriel Prosser. So we'll take him back as well. African descent. Okay. So we got a whole lot of people where I ain't no African no more. Matter of fact, don't call me no African. I'm sorry I said that. The old me would have said, yo, yes, these people over here is Africans. Y'all see it. I'm not saying it. The old me would have been like, yeah, they saying it. Yes, they're clearly Africans. But all right. I'm not going to go over African free school, African societies, and so forth and so on. Y'all get the picture. There's enough. Let's speed this up a little bit here. How we got here. Here is the thing. Here is something you can't understand. Man. So, what I have stood on and still stand on, rob on, is the fact that we decided it was not in our best political interests to do. I emphasize this. I hope go get what's his name, Ron, who's now a celebrity and getting views because he done went grift status. Maybe, who knows? Go get Tariq Minions or whoever the latest Indian is, the nativist. I call them, I don't know what the hell I call them people. To understand this, the smart one, not the smart ones, the ones who's really the crew or whatever, who've been around for a long time, they're going to tell you, yeah, we knew this. We knew we had this stuff right here, right? Let me make this clear. We might have a world premiere. But let me make this clear. When I say something, Rob Bourne, and I turn this mic on to stand on it and tell these people whether it's 1 people or 100, and to me, 100 is 1,000, because don't nobody, y'all watching other nutty people around talking about foolishness. I don't complain. I said, let me get 1 person in the chat and I'm going to go live. But nonetheless, the 1 person who stood around knew this. And that was, well, what happened? He'd be like, yo, you is. I went to the good white man school and I said you is on this microphone. How dare I? Well, 3rd person speaking. Well, hey, you are the guy and the guys who even started talking about Liberia. Let's rewind your whole woke-topian universe. You ain't heard about Liberia in no school and no history book in your class. You's a goddamn liar. Prove it. You ain't heard about that. Didn't say, oh, you learned about it directly from me. I'm not that arrogant. But putting it out in them plenty old woke-topian spears from the www dots to the real world, this guy. And those, why? Because the people understand a connection to what? What was the first Black newspaper in America? I'm not even looking at the chat. I bet you by the time I do, somebody will put it in there. And they'll probably even tell you the year. So people go, oh, that's dope. What happened? What happened? And I say, the story begins. What happened to our first newspaper and what broke it up? Lo and behold, you'll run dead smack into something called what? Liberia. And why so? Because you will see that one of the biggest, probably the biggest at the time, fight amongst our people was, what do we do? Because we are African descent, and now we are free to a degree, and they telling us we'll be free, but we'll never be equal. Do we stay? Taxation without representation at that point is what, 40 years ago, because 1787, and now I'm talking about 1827. I ain't getting that old, huh? So now they talking about, okay, but now it's not a led effort by Black folks, whether it be Prince Hall, whether it be Paul Cuffey, who had his own goddamn ship taking niggas to Sierra Leone. It was Dwight and them with a colonization plan. For who? For all black people? For all African descendant people? No, for the free ones. Some of us said, shit, I'm not going to get no chance downs in Mississippi's. I's free now, and then I's got vagrancy laws, and they done changed the constitutions around these times. And all type of stuff. I can't own no property. I'm not even really American like that. I got an alien status. They can run me out of town anytime they want. I might as well take my chances going back home. Don't make me say why I say home, because they knew it and they was going back there home directly. No, they didn't have no goddamn GPS, you ignorant niggas. They knew where the areas they was from. They said they saw the ships still coming in. So home, area-wise, they didn't say they was going back to the pyramids. You won't see nah nigga say, yo, I'm going home to the pyramids. Matter of fact, let me go home to see Shaka in Zululand. You know why they never said that? Because they wasn't from there. They said, send me somewhere warm on the coast of Africa where you snatch my... They told you where they was from and where they wanted to go back to. If they wanted to go back, at least the general area, them goddamn selves. They never one of these niggas said, put me on the thing of Nile and float me down the Nile like one of the... Let me go catfishing for Osiris or some old wild shit. What up? And there one of them niggas talking about let me find Shaka either. Do you get where I'm going? They know. But anyway, man. That's what happens. So people now, I look in the chat just to prove my point. I didn't say it. Did somebody put it in there? I know somebody put it in there. Freedom's Journal. Thank you, my man. I knew, should have known he was going to do it. Right on cue. You see, y'all? Why do people know that? Because of the connection with this and now Liberia, which comes into the question. But don't call me no African no more. Where's Liberia? Let's go and clear this up a little bit. Where's Liberia and when did it happen and what is Liberia? Let me see if we can get a little bit more. What's the word, Rob Bourne? Pacific on these people. Let's get more specific. I don't know what I got. A piece. You could probably ask, not a coincidence, because he was the one of the few people who will tell you, I said from the beginning, just follow me and steal it. And this nigga is a professional. It was Rob Bourne and Garfield. Then Seneb came along, and I told these people to steal it right away. So I'm not mad. They know I tell them. But not a coincidence doesn't come out of nowhere. And I say this story 100 times. Like, there's ways I can find out who takes what clips or whatever, right? And I kept seeing this one name or whatever. And it was, what you mean? Why are you not? Hold on. There you go. And it was this one name, y'all. And it was not a coincidence. So he's the only one. He sat in the chat like, yeah, the nigga said, that's cool. Still, I'm going to take him. Thank you, not a coincidence. It wasn't that hard. Pause. But anyway, this ain't about him right now. Peace, man. I'm glad to see him up in here. Liberia. Here we go. Let's get some more Pacific. Liberia. 19s. We don't want 19s. 1851. That's probably still too late for some of y'all in the bushes. Look at this here. Look at how you want to go
so basically,
here.
You just been showing us all the people calling themselves Africans. I thought we weren't no Africans.
And it's my brother, let me show you where things have changed. If you wasn't too busy lifting the white man's weights, the white man invented weights. You was lifting stuff to build pyramids back in the day, brother. Pyramids we was building. We wasn't lifting no weights.
Bro, they on the wall of Benny Hassani lifting sandbags. I'll be lifting sandbags. You saw it.
Do you know how heavy a mud? Have you ever had to drag a sick giraffe back to the village?
I
to
don't know.
do that?
I feel like I am when I be throwing them sandbags around.
That's a fact, son. Right on, brother. But see, look what this happened. Look at this, is y'all. I told you this is Rob Bourne. Thank you for doing this because I can tout this again. Y'all wonder why I told you. You look at this on the same lines. If you follow this crazy nigga as popular culture, you will understand that the weapon was that is why part of the reason your ass was over there. I showed you this shit, whether it was in print, the songs, the culture, everything. It was used to weaponize you, this case to weaponize for you to go. In this case, here's old Jim Crow in London performing and doing these things, right? It says, after performing one of the most successful theatrical tours ever accomplished in the United States and jumping into admiration, infectious, blah, 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 with the specimen of American genius, it is heard, blah, 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 blah. I just want to get to the part of after which expected that he would proceed to Morocco, cross the Great Desert, visit the colonies at Liberia and Sierra Leone. This is Jim Wright, Mr. Rice. And after playing star engagements along the coast of Guinea and visiting the Hottentots, they're making some of this shit up. Visiting the Hottentots, wheelabout, that's part I was in a song for Ethiopia, Egypt, and finally do just so. So them even tying because of what's going on. I gotta go slow, Rob Bourne, because of what's going on with black folks. Let me pull back a little bit from popular culture since we're here to even show you. You see this whole Kentucky thing here. This is for the AP kids in the class. You're gonna go back to this. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this, but for the AP kids, you're gonna go to Henry Clay, and you're gonna see this whole thing about, oh, lo and behold, Henry Clay is from Kentucky, and Kentucky is mentioned in songs for certain reasons, especially these blackface songs. Well, you'll also find out like, hey, Henry Clay is associated with the word. So when I go here to this and type this, and I go here to images, it says Coon Party. And you go, oh, why are you showing me images of this crazy stuff? So if I type Coon Party and put Henry Clay, you'll see that, folks. Henry Clay was, there is the coon. Now, you could believe Zora Neale, the connections in this Barracoon. It's not. I just showed you Kentucky, Jim Crow and others talking about Kentucky, and you got Henry Clay. These were political songs. This is a whole higher level education that, but we're not going here about this. It says for old Kentucky, it was the what? The Coon Party. Well, what song came around? Zip Coon. And I told you Zip Coon was a political song. That's for the Jews, for the AP kids. But back to this is what we were talking about, because Rob Bourne, you had good thing when we get to Liberia, and this is the good point, right? Liberia is an effort to push the free blacks up out of here. So much so they have a Kentucky in Liberia. Are we clear? This was colonization efforts, and you have, see the first word, colonization? Kentucky, and where? In Liberia. A vessel will sail from New Orleans in November next with immigrants from Kentucky to commence the settlement of Kentucky in Liberia. It is intended to take out this fall only 200. They will enjoy all the advantages of the Liberian government and have the same privileges in, it's called Kentucky in Africa, this is the primary source, that they would have in the colony of Liberia, which is another colony. It's not a country yet. There are colonies that were, the immigrants will be furnished land according to business they shall pursue when they arrive there. Those who cannot pay their expenses there will be provided for and be supported 6 months after their arrival. The settlement will be made in the neighborhood of Monrovia on the north or the south side of it. The immigrants from Kentucky, who are the people of Liberia, are to assemble in Louisville in November, and with the agent of the American Colonization Society for Kentucky will go down to New Orleans and there take ship. So now we're going to rewind back to what we were saying. What was this fight, y'all? So this fight was amongst the black folks. One of the, remember they call themselves Africans. This is 1827, and they still doing that. So you got Africans. Our earliest college graduate from Bowdoin. That's something else for the AP kids. Those who don't believe me, we gonna go. Was a Jamaican. Tether, look out! Born American abolitionist, newspaper publisher, and colonist of Liberia. That's why we're here, folks. What did he do? Well, he was a founder with Samuel Cornish of the abolitionist newspaper Freedom's Journal, the first paper owned and operated by African Americans. That lasted for 2 years, like I tell you. And it's documented in the pages. I'm not going to go through all of the Freedom's Journal. Maybe for the AP kids who want to do that, I'm going to start having.
What did the free blacks do to John Brown restaurant trying to make people go to Africa?
Well, they did a lot of stuff, but here's the thing, though, because this is important, and I understand the question, but check this out. I just want people to get that we have this newspaper, and it lasts for two years, and this big thing that we never learned about in school. This is why I think part of the reason that this cloudiness is going on amongst highly melanated today. We did not learn this part. One, that there were free black people, which was my plight, right, years and years ago. But on top of that, those free black people had a division within the community and a why, and it was strategy based. And what was going on, and it affected us ways culturally that we are cloudy about. So today, their descendants are going around trying to do these various names and all this stuff in the ways of identifying themselves exclusively when you have a history of it. Freedom's Journal is documented. The stuff with Paul Cuffey, the primaries are in the archives. The stuff where they saying we want to go to Africa, the primaries are there. And the Schomburg is the stuff by everybody else. And the one in DC, so it's not like it's gone. It's cloudy because we never learned the story to understand, well, why is Truth up here on 1213 talking about don't call me no African no more, but yet you and Rob Bourne is supposed to be we called ourselves African people. How the hell did we get here? So this is...
I'm a part of the We Not Africans. We ran John's restaurant, that man out of his store, took his effigy and burned it in the middle of the street. Let's get to that.
But before that, no, this is why this is happening. So Samuel Cornish and Russ Worm, who were the co-editors and founders of our first black newspaper, were having now a disagreement because initially the idea of Liberia as a solution to our problems sounded something novel because historically we have incidences. Remember Paul Cuffey's article. Paul Cuffey, Prince Hall, and a few other, one or two others had ideas. In Cuffey's case, actually did it to return to Africa. We have to understand that the Revolutionary War. Now we're at 1783 and up to 87, where I'm talking about. Well, those people, those black people from the plantations of America, black folks, African descent and Africans, right, who fought for the British, end up becoming the founders of Sierra Leone. So you already have Sierra Leone existing for, roughly 80 something in the 20s and probably about 30 or 40 years, whatever, right? In there, you got Sierra Leone as what? As a solution that was for what? The people who are free now, black folks, who fought for the British. So the concept and idea of this land for black folks from Americas as a return depot, in a sense, was already there. The British had that with Sierra Leone in those efforts. And now when the Americans have a solution for what? This is getting back to the point. We're talking about free black people in the goddamn early 1800s, and we learned it wasn't free until Abraham Lincoln said, emancipate and proclamate them. See how we all twisted? I'm talking about the 1820s and we're talking about free Africans in the 1600s, free Africans in the 1700s, and we ain't learned shit about that. Except Benjamin Banneker had a clock. Did he call himself an African? You ain't learned that in no school. I showed you he did. He told Mr. Jefferson, I am of the African race. Don't you think that would have made us all smile, at least back in the back of the class? Like, our black clock man knew he was from the jungle, and you keep calling me a booty scratcher. Huh? We'd have had a little more pride in the jungle. Now, shit, don't call me no African. So anyway, what happened in 1829, y'all, is this division because portions of the black community were not with the colonization effort. It was not the concept of going to West Africa again as a solution. It's that it was led by white folks. Remember, if the War of 1812 doesn't take place, Paul Covey probably has multiple trips taking people back. And a black man already did this not long before, about probably was that 20 some odd years in there before. No, that's not true. It's probably about 5 years before Liberia. Those efforts by Finley and others. Paul Covey, a black man already on a black ship with a black crew, took black people to live in Sierra Leone. Already did it. But the white folks now let this colonization effort, we're going to go to colony and go boil stuff as a solution for whom, y'all? The people, watch this, building the African church and the African society and the African school and the African mutual aid groups and the African descent group for this and the African church and the.
But why would they want to get rid of those good Christian Negroes? Why are they focusing on the free Negro?
You might be free, but you will never be equal. This is a precedent set by the struggles that the Quakers had with it going back to the 1600s when it looks like they were pressing just for your freedom. No, they didn't tell you that there were revolts going off in the Caribbean and they were scared to death because them coconuts over there was killing everybody, and they want that same thing, and they didn't need them outside of the plantation systems. The Quakers were craftsmen, so they need ones and twos Africans. That's why the numbers are small. They weren't.
So you're saying because of Haiti and all of the revolts that's happening in all of the Americas, they made these codes to try to keep black people separate because the free dudes was the problem?
Yes, the free black people were the problem. And so when you then look at, well, what is happening with revolt, which is a big problem, you understand now when Denmark Vesey is a free black man, the problem. And later you'll see in 31 that you see that Nat Turner, who is a free black man, is a problem. The existence and breathing of a free black man in America is a problem because it presents hope to someone enslaved. And the one thing that you don't want to give someone enslaved, just like someone in prison or someone you want to hold down, any idea of all of hope that there's any chance whatsoever you will have any inclination in your life of what freedom is. Because once you even get a thought, your mind is damn near going to get consumed by it. Right? So now you want to get rid of these free black people, so now you can extend slavery, because now they're trying to cut away times for manumission and harder laws for runaway slaves and all this other stuff. Why? You got churches in the 1700s. You got schools in the 1700s. You have a free African society, not just in Philadelphia, but early on in New York as well. Boston comes a little bit later, 1790s, but still around the same point of black folks taking care of themselves. America's just, and they're using the same arguments I showed you, taxation without representation and others, as a early civil rights fight. Clearly. Right? For people who are not even really thought of as quote unquote Americans. And this is the problem. We have this fluid pause status that they have the ability to what? You go and work hard and be a whitewasher, which is whitewashing, the houses and everything like that. right? Or shoe black or whatever and save every goddamn penny and go get your little house, and they could come in tomorrow, yo, get out of here in the middle of the night, or accuse you of something, or tax you, Paul Cuffey and his family, for his acreage, and I don't got to vote on what's going on. All these things happen. So you might be free. You won't be equal. You won't enjoy the true benefits because that's not what we need for you. This is the 1820s, and Paul Cuffey and
So
Prince.
in the 1820s, why were the free blacks skeptical of the ACS and the African colonization scheme?
Great point. Because great question. Because let's go back to what is even happening in popular culture, right? Henry Clay, you got early blackface performers, even before Jim Crow, right? They talk about it here. They talk about it themselves here. That the ACS is leading the way, right? Like, where you gonna take me? Okay. At this point, they're descendants. Okay, some of y'all might be with this go back to Africa stuff, but now I can look and say, my grandmother's right here in this ground in Charleston. Why would I go to a new place and start with new problems? What is it? What's the expression, y'all, about the problems you know, or the best problems of the devil you know? However that expression goes, right? But they know this devil. And not to say them jungle people that they going, I'm just playing, but going back to that's a whole nother set of challenges. And yes, it's got these hopes and dreams, but some of you niggas for that hopes and dreams the first boat trip. Oh, we be back, y'all. But when you go here and you go, let me pull it up so you can see it, Paul. And that's gonna show a few things. So now when you go, whoa, I ain't mean to do that. Whatever. No, this one. And you see that they themselves, let's go to the actual prompt. This is volume 2. We want to go to volume 1. Here you go. Let's go to volume 1. This is the actual, once again, see all the primaries? Nobody, everybody else be talking. Let me just clear that up, Rob. We don't even deal with actual primaries. And I ain't even get to the pièce de résistance for this shit yet. Not even close. But primaries, you don't got to believe nothing I say. And Rob Bourne feels the same goddamn way about this. Don't believe nothing he does. Rob Bourne, show it to me. That's how we got here, y'all. So let me just share something with y'all. If we fight with each other, and I mean damn near every day about this shit, I'm like, yo, show and prove it every day, right? So now we to the point where, yeah, Rob Bourne, me, yeah, yes. So when I tell you, like, you don't got, yes, I got a document for it because my life is led by some Negro who was sitting up there in it's 7 o'clock at night and he doing push-ups and all type of fucking sick shit, who constantly badgers me, bullies about this random nigga shit, that I have to have the facts ready because he gonna try to challenge me about something. Every goddamn sentence. Well, you get that. Don't say that. And that's like how I tell people I learn. Shout out to my Baba, Robert Swan. But that's how I learn from mean old men who and women, because there's a few in there, right? Where everything you say, like if you don't say things like in my opinion or based on what I have read, you're going to have 3 hours of where you get that from. That don't say that. That don't say that. You ever have old crotchety niggas that get just annoying? It didn't say the, it said duh. One of them type of people, or where you get that from. If those old heads were around today, like, y'all would hate them. That's how I know things have changed, because so much slides by we get to the point where this confusion's in play. But enough of that dissertation. Back to the primary. Enough of that shit. Here you go. What we got? Oh, Lord. Hold on, y'all. Rob, I want to talk to the people for 2 minutes.
Yeah, man. Interrupting my food now before I turn up on them. But we're at the junction here where we're talking about why these people are mad at these free blacks. The ones that are calling themselves Africans. These are the people that have their. Just imagine this, right? When you look around and we hear this saying in our area, like, yo, once you make it, you get money, you don't want to move back to the community. You take your money and you go live someplace else. You don't want to be in the community. These black people had a whole different idea. They free. They chilling over there. They got their little struggles. They got oysters. They got all kind of industries. They get into the bag. But they said, our little friends over here in the South over there, you know, no pun intended, our little friends that didn't have shoes over there, you know. I had to throw a shot. I got to throw a shot at the South. But they like, yo, listen, if those people are not free, we are not free. We cannot have this money and all of these specific things and not do anything. So what was they doing? They were rebel rousing. They were doing petitions, challenging things about the church, challenging things about masonry, challenging their very existence, challenging them on the ideals of what the Constitution stands for. So then you have this argument about how do we obtain citizenship? What does that mean? We laugh at it now. We have a joke about it. But back then, this was serious. To be a citizen means you have all of the rights of an American.
So
and now we're
look,
here now.
So look, this is volume 1, number 1.
Wait, what, you reading that side on the left?
No, hold on. I'm gonna make a bigger pause of what I'm saying. It was more to show you that they wanted to represent their freedom for themselves, and the people speaking for them were now. This is the backstory in what you're seeing here. The people who are who trying to help them are now trying to convince them that this colonization society is all right, and they had this is against Tappan, this is against Garrison, who Frederick Douglass wrote for in the Liberator and all that other stuff early on, right? Well, initially, then hey, this might be a good idea if y'all set up a colony and so forth and so on, and trying to convince them. And some of the black people,
I think we should go back a little bit.
Where?
Just a little bit. Go to, I think Thomas Peters' story fits this perfectly, and then go into this.
Yeah, but he's already over in Sierra. That's what I'm saying. Sierra Leone is already going on.
Yeah, but it goes into the argument. So they fought in the Revolutionary War. Y'all look up Thomas Peters. He's an African, so we already know who he is. We already know. He goes over there. They send him to Nova Scotia, and then they come with this idea of this Sierra Leone. This word gets back to the Americas, to these societies, the African Union Society in Rhode Island, and they are having discussions about this. The people specifically in the African Union Society said the only way we will go over there is if we are governing ourselves. That was the communication. Thomas Peters was under the impression that when we go there, they're going to turn everything over to us. So now once Thomas Peters get there, none of that happened. There was a bunch of Europeans there, blah, 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 blah. And they lied to them. So this word gets back to the people. And now these are a part of the reasons why they don't trust these individuals. All right, you go ahead.
All right, so
I hope that ties in somehow.
Yeah. But look, this is let's because I want to get back to Rush one, and because I'm gonna show where we are. I got it. Okay, pardon me, y'all. So they're telling you that in presenting our first number to our patrons, we feel all the difference of persons entering upon a new and untried line of business. Blah, 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 blah. The expediency of his appearance at this time, when so many schemes are in action concerning our people. This is what to do with who? The free black people in America. See? This is in the first couple sentences. This is what they're talking about. It says, encourage us to come boldly before an enlightened public. For we believe that a paper devoted to the dissemination of useful knowledge among our brethren and to their moral and religious provement must meet with the cordial approbation of every friend. The peculiarities of this journal render it important that we should advertise to the world the motives by which we are actuated. We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. Too long has the public been deceived by misrepresentations and things which concern us daily. They're talking about popular culture and its representation, whether in the newspapers or what's going on with blackface performers and others, and them being mocked. The free black people now, right? For there are many in
So
society
they
who
want to control their image in the media and how the world sees them.
we wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. Too long has the public been deceived by misrepresentations in things which concern us dearly, though in the estimation of some mere trifles. For though there are many in society who exercise toward us benevolent feelings, still with sorrow we confess it, there are others who make it their business to enlarge upon the most least trifle. They're talking about Mordecai Noah, which tends to the discredit of any person of color, and pronounce anathemas and denounce our whole body for the misconduct of this guilty one. Right? So they're talking about they're now wanting their own voice for these things. And this is represented by the colonization society now ramping up these stories about the free black people making fun of them, being led by Mordecai Noah and others, right? So this is about education and talking about the importance of education and so forth and so on. Useful knowledge of every kind, meaning the trades and what have you, and everything that relates to Africa. The free black people in America, in their first newspaper, told you that a part of education, not just about this, because they talk about trades and other skills, but useful knowledge of every kind, and not only useful knowledge of every kind, everything, it says everything that relates to Africa shall find a ready admission into our columns. This is the first black newspaper in Black American history, period. On the first page, this is same time they got what already? African societies, African churches, African schools, African organizations of various kind, African Dorcas societies, African. The name of this is Don't Call Me No African. No, this is when they was Africans. But what's happening? But we seeing something going on with this. Now we seeing a little bit of issues going on with this African thing. But nonetheless, they told me we need to know Africa. But what happens in here, in this newspaper, y'all, over time, you'll see discussions about Africa, about going and leaving. I told you on the first page, this is issue number 1. You see this? Volume 1, number 1. What's on the first page? Who's the heroes that they talk about? Memoirs, they have primaries on their own primary that I'm showing you of what? Memoirs of Captain Paul Cuffey. Right? This is him now. This is showing you how they look at this. This is from a newspaper in England. On the 1st of the present month of August 1811, a vessel arrived at Liverpool with a cargo from Sierra Leone. The owner, master, mate, and whole crew of which are free blacks. You know how much pride this shit causing you if people cared about your shit and all, but you argue about some dumb shit. The Liverpool, the Britain, the ones who was basically running the slave trade at this time, like, look at this shit here. What's coming into port? A Negro captain with an all Negro crew bringing trade goods from Sierra Leone, reversing the triangle of trade. Because he bought products from America to Sierra Leone so he could trade and then take those products to England. None of them was the trading of human cargo, which he was trying to show even the devil another way to do it. You don't have to sell the jungle people. But y'all don't want that truth. The master, who is also owner, is the son of an American slave and is said to be very well skilled both in trade and navigation, as well to be of a very pious and moral character. It must have been a strange and animating spectacle to see this free, Rabon, and enlightened African entering as an independent trader with his black crew to that port, which was so lately the nidus of the slave trade. Do you understand what I just told you? The white man just told you. Maybe you believe him. Go back to that page. Huh? I told you. The same ports that they taking Negroes out, making them go pick cotton. A black man and a black crew is coming with trade goods to try to reverse this shit. An enlightened African did it. They was calling themselves Africans while doing it. Lord have mercy. This is 1811. Ain't no war in 1812 just yet. So that was Paul Cuffey. This is the first page of the first issue of the first black newspaper in American history. And this is going on. In here, they talk about all of those African societies. Right? I mean, I could, let me just see if I remember. I used to remember pages of this. It's really sick. It's like 2,000 pages in all these issues. But yeah, if I just typed African, okay, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going into too much. This is all for the soul people in the back. These are all primaries, and this is a primary of Paul Cuffey that you can even get from the Freedom's Journal. So, forget it. Okay, so here's one right here. This is from another newspaper. The many recent movements in behalf of the children in Africa give strong indications that better times are approaching for the portion of the human family, blah, 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 blah. Oh, actually, this is what we're going to do, folks. I'll just keep this clean because we were talking about Liberia. Let's get to it. Doom, 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 doom. So remember, we're trying to find solutions for freedom now. We don't got a journal where we can document these things and talk to each other. That's where we are on the timeline. They done created some place called a Liberia that's supposed to be for the liberated ones. Okay. And we like, hold on.
There's a lot of chit chatter in the chat, man. Yo, listen, man. Buckle up.
Buckle up.
We are standing on lineage history.
Facts.
You have to deal with what the black people said for themselves.
Yep. And not me or you. Go ahead, brother.
You can get mad at the title because it said don't call me African. We ain't even there yet. We're setting up the goddamn thing. We're showing you the people calling themselves the goddamn Africans.
All over the place. Organizations named themselves. I didn't show you a white man calling them that. They did it. Calling themselves African.
So
look how many times Liberian.
And you buckle up.
So you have Liberians in here. I mean, people talking about Liberia in here. Virginians as a Liberia where they can, with less expense than in Africa, colonize their redundant colored population, blah, 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 blah. They talk about what breaks it up. I'm going to I have to go to the second season or second issue or so where they now have these fights. What has happened is people have gone to the meeting in Philadelphia as an example of this. Okay, here it is. Here's one maybe. So it says, the society has been, okay, let me go to the top. So this is to the editor. As stated, this is actually dealing with the thing, Rob. I want to check this out. Pause. Check this out. Where is it? Look, y'all. So this is the first issue, right? Okay. As stated in my last, a meeting was held in the evening in the African Meeting House according to previous appointment. Sorry, I'm to say that the number assembled was very few. Females, being written to their credit, composed a large majority. Hence, we find so many more of them engaged in activities, blah, 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 blah. The point was, okay. It says, he stands ready, I may say, upon the authority of friends engaged in any cause which shall have a tendency to promote African education. And this persecution is one blah, blah, da, da, da. As usual, the conversation as usual, here it is, y'all. The conversation immediately turned into African colonization. But vain were all our efforts to convert us as I found him. So I left him. And as I entered, so I departed. The Colonization Society appears to have some few friends in New Haven. Almost everywhere I called, the views of the society were immediately introduced for conversation. That's the white folks coming around everywhere trying to keep talking about this Liberia project. And them folks is like, huh? Kind of side-eyeing them, right? Just as some colonizationists here compels me to state that they candidly acknowledge they did not believe that the climate of Liberia was suited to the constitution of immigrants from New England and Middle States. You well know that such men in a long southern list care not whether the immigrants die the next day after their arrival in Liberia, right? And so these are more people coming. My point of this is this broke the goddamn community up, not Liberia itself, or whether we go or stay. This broke the newspaper up and was a fight in the community. Okay, so what's happening? Now it's all this pressure for us to go back to Africa. And then some people in the chat, I'm not looking, why you ain't just go back to Africa? You had an opportunity to go back to Africa. You just heard that man in the other document I showed you said he was native to where? North Carolina. He had good enough to know he was of African descent, but he was native to America. Only slow people 200 some odd years can't figure out this conundrum, riddle. So to ask him why he don't go back to Africa, and he looking at you like you's a goddamn fool, when he told you, nigga, I was born in New York City. The problem is you don't understand I am native to New York City. I am a descendant of Mother Africa, in particular West and Central Africa, where they was trying to go back to since they snatched them from there. We prove that. So now all of this heat is going on, right? And now what happens is, all right, we decide we got to figure out what's going on because they putting so much pressure on us. I'm going to use Black Pass, Robo. I think they got some good shit. So we decide to have a meeting. What's up? Why are they putting so much pressure on the Africans? This Africa thing, yeah, we that, but this Africa thing is causing some. Oh, let me do it this way then. Hold on. Come on. We need to have a convention. Did you know we convened to talk about us now that we have institutions, organizations, familial ties, newspapers.
Nah, they don't believe that we convened. They don't believe that we was on the same page of liberation.
It's on their goddamn screen. Is it not showing? Because I'll show it.
They don't
It's showing.
believe it.
No. We're going to go to the primaries again. You don't need to believe nothing I'm saying. Told you that. Nothing. So we're going to decide to convene to address the free people. And what do we do? This is foundational to our freedom. The foundational era of free Black people with their own institutions, organizations, spiritual societies, and churches, and what have you, are now forming a people. And now a people
Hold
who
on.
wants, go ahead.
Whoa. What is the name of this society? What's the name of it?
Which one? This one? These are the color conventions.
That's what they called it?
Yes, that's what they call it.
Why didn't they call it African Convention? See,
Oh, we
with
gonna
this
see.
lion shit again. With this lion shit again.
Wait, hold on, brother.
You just
Hold
so
on, brother.
you just showed us all of this African.
Mm-hmm.
Now we on these conventions, which go from
Mm-hmm.
1831 to 1899, and this is
Mhm.
not named African. How
Okay.
how sway?
Okay.
How did happen, sway?
I like that. I see. You see, what you doing is, my Negro friend, is you don't understand the same way we going through these diversifications of names. You see it. I told you the first newspaper ends in 1829. Oh, here we go. In 1829. I can give you the picture if y'all want it. Hopefully y'all smart enough just to see it here. Do you revolutionary RBG so-and-sos know the full name of what you're even reading? It's called Walker's Appeal in 4 articles. This is 1829, the same year that the newspaper closes. Together with a preamble. Who's he writing it to? To the colored citizens of the world, but in particular, and very expressly to those of the United States of America. David Walker was talking to colored citizens. David Walker was a part of the African Society of Boston, the same people. Smart nigga.
Why are they calling them colored instead of African? Stop dancing.
Okay, well, here you go. Here you go. 3 people decide to meet together and convene. They decide, they trying to send us to Africa, but hold on, because I want to get to them digital records so y'all can see it. Because like I said, you don't believe me. You don't need to. Visit digital records, share this.
There is some kind of Brooklyn magic you're pulling.
No, it's not.
Because how is it that they named everything African? Now they calling themselves the colored people. What are you talking about? What is this nonsense you kicking?
Okay. I got you, brother. I got you.
White man put that in there.
The white man. This is called the color conventions. Hold on.
Who is the colored man?
Okay. Okay, is this the first one? I want to. How can I can't full screen this biatch? Okay, here we go. Share this tab. This is the constitution of said group, but I want the minutes to show you because it's going to address. Is it in here? Philadelphia. Hold on, y'all. On motion, I thought it was the first one. Resolved, Lombard Street. Hold on, y'all, because this is the whole point of them even. Oh, here we go. Yes. So this is the first color convention. This is the Constitution. You don't have to believe Rob Bourne. Here it is. Persons of color, free persons of color. Because they got together. Remember what's happening. So now y'all got a little bit of grounding in what's going on in the world. Remember, Liberia is coming up as a solution for this free black people because of what? You might be free, but you will never be equal. In every way we go, we will make fun of your freeness. We can't see you as free. It's a joke, which becomes a substance of blackface entertainment and even today's entertainment because they think we're all jokes, but that's another story. So what happens here is they themselves start looking for solutions because incidents are happening now with these people who are free and setting up these small communities of success are getting killed. Or white immigrants, in particular Irish, are harassing them, beating them up, all type of stuff, right? And so now they're looking for solutions. In particular, there's an incident that happens in Cincinnati, Ohio, right? Where because of that, they say, yo, we got to look to something. Well, this is what's the motivation for all folks. Now, this is convening for free black folks from every state in the union now, who are now convening. So at the convention, you'll see the proceedings. The thing is, these are primaries. We got minutes for all this shit. And by the way, these minutes are exactly how Rob Bourne died too. We'll get to that in a second. But this is 1831, Philadelphia, right? So it's at a convention held by Germans from the 20th day of September to the 24th, 1830, in accordance with public notice issued on behalf of the colored citizens of Philadelphia, on behalf of Bishop Allen, y'all know who that is, Cyrus Beck, Julius Borrell, Benjamin Pascal, and James Cornish. The Bible body met at Bethel Church. Richard Allen was named president, all these other officials, right? So what was resolved? Look at the first thing. Let me make it. Resolved that this convention do recommend the formation of a parent society, and that immediately after its organization to appoint a general corresponding agent to reside at or near the intended purchase in Canada. Does everybody see that? This is the same time that remember our paper just and all the stuff to push to. These are options that free black people are looking at as solutions, because them as free people and proudly claiming that they're African of African descent is causing problems. Their connection to Africa is being used as a motivation to kick them out of the country, to entice them to leave the country. This relation to your Africa and you standing on this being native of North Carolina is too much for us to bear culturally. How can you have the African Lodge and all you Negroes know you was born in Boston because I am African descent? How can you make a clock in Baltimore but calling yourself of the African race? Because I'm Benjamin Banneker, probably America's first multi-genius, and I'm sophisticated enough due to the highly melanin content to know the difference. Good Lord, man. Hold on. What is this nigga at? Go ahead, brother. To know the difference. Huh?
What does
So they were.
what does this Canada experiment have to do with why they calling themselves colored and all this nonsense?
Okay. All right. That's what got your ass in trouble last time. Speeding, Rob Bourne. Hold on. Check this out. Look, it says that this convention resolved that they'll form that parent society to look at Canada as an option. Everybody saw this, right? So
Yeah, we know the conclusion. The white people didn't want them to go there. Next.
Here you go. It's as simple as this, Rob Bourne. Check this out. So if the free black people, for the first time, they got representatives from each state to get together and decide, yo, what we go.
I thought it was just the North niggas. Nah, this cat. That's only the North. It was the people in the South wasn't a part of that. That's the North.
Everywhere. We'll get to that.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's So anyway, so they decide to get together, right? And where is the first place they collectively decide to go? Was it Africa?
Paul Cuffey said Africa. Paul Cuffey said Africa.
Paul Cuffey did not have a convention of the free black people from each state to get together to postulate what could be the solution for us. Is it?
He died. He did. Was he not corresponding with these free societies?
Yes, he was. He enticed them early to go to Africa. This is where the wokes, the FBA, the other acronyms come in, because that's what led up to that meeting that people try to highlight in Philadelphia. is the fact that Paul Cuffey, I think he also sent a representative, was going around to the free black people, and primarily to the North, but not only the North, trying to entice them with this plan like, yo, we might be able to do this. Not Liberia, but to go to Africa in some fashion.
Didn't he meet John Kizzle? Kizzle Town, my nigga?
Right.
Where's that at?
Yeah, but
Where's
it's no
that?
Liberia. Yeah, but it's no Liberia yet. You gotta remember that. There's no Liberia. Like Finley and do that. That's like between 17 and 19.
And what
Remember,
did Paul Cuffey say about them Africans once he got to 70 on?
Wait, now you all over the place. Wait, what are we doing? I'm getting to this point first. I'm dealing with this right here. Look, check this out, bro.
We dealing with it. It's a
Check
part
this
of
out,
the story.
bro. We met up. Did we say we going to Africa? We said right here, we're going to get some land up in Canada. Here's the thing.
That's right, Aboriginal home.
But ain't you the Africans? Ain't you the niggas with the African church?
I don't know. That seems like they changed their name now. I don't know what's going on here.
Why would this? Ain't you the Africans, though? Ain't you the one with the African church and the African lodge and the African school and the African society and the free Africanism and the Africa?
How the first time in history that they all convened and decided to call it the Negro Color Convention.
Lord have mercy. And on top of that, they wasn't talking about going back to Swaziland to get up out of this mess. They was going to Canada. What is going on? Huh?
Okay. Maybe you leading up to something. I don't.
So maybe what we need to understand is there's pressures now with this whole connection to this Africa thing. Like, yeah, we of African descent. I done made my whole but what's going on here? They trying to get me to go to Liberia. They don't tell me I got a Mississippi. Okay, we can play this game. I do this often. Well, here we go again, folks. They done told
we
you.
don't want to see Mississippi and Africa.
Nope,
we don't care about that.
Yes, you do, because this is
y'all bear witness. He's running from the question, y'all.
No, I'm gonna get right to it. Here you go, folks. Check it out. Check it out. Okay, we got a solution for the free ones in Kentucky in Henry Clay's whole land. Excuse me. Damn. Hold on one second. Who founded Kentucky in Africa? The American Colonization Society. Correct. That's what the problem is. You want to see the first flag of the American Colonization Society?
we don't care about the white man.
It's important. Oh, it's very important. That's why you sent your nappy head ass over to anywhere. It got a goddamn cross on it. You want to go teach them jungle niggas Jesus. That's what happened. That's probably why I'm choking. Anyway, we're going to get back to this. This is a solution for the free black people of Kentucky. And then this is MISSI, SSI, PPI. I had to do that, y'all. In Africa, we can find out we're going to see the free black people from Mississippi to Mississippi and Africa. We're going to send the free black people of Maryland to the Republic of Maryland. This is important, folks, because why? The success of the Republic of Maryland was part of why you have Liberia and the issues in the black community. What? The Republic of Maryland, one, resembled like how the Liberian flag was. You see the cross and that with Christianity. But not only that, who was the leader of the Republic of Maryland? Let's go scroll down here. We got, okay. John Brown Russwurm.
That's right. We stomped him. We put the beach on him, you heard?
The founder.
We put the beach on him, you heard?
One of the founders of the first black newspaper in America. That messed around and went with who many black folks considered the ops and started working with the American Colonization Society. Lord have mercy. Why is that a problem? Well, now you done went with Dwight and them because they done made you king in Africa some goddamn place. John Brown Russwurm. Huh? By the way, he also made the first newspaper in Liberia. So he's credited of making the first black newspaper in America and the first newspaper in Liberia. Side note. And also the first black graduate in America from Bowdoin College. But anyway, so this led to a number of settlements, the success of Maryland in Africa. But it had a fissure within the black community, like, nah, we ain't following you with this Liberia scheme and this whole thing. So now we got the black folks having a problem with this relation to Africa, and what will be a solution for this? So
because the ACS guys, they were slaveholders, correct? In America.
Yes. Slaveholders.
So why would a black man work with people who are enslaving their people in the South?
Good question, because these are solutions to do. Now you have a free status. If free status caught you out of this whole world of being a slave and black in America, it didn't, right? Meaning that you still feel like you're under conditions of slavery. You don't have the benefits afforded to other people who are considered Americans. Like I say, at the same time, you start to see little changes in state constitution to address the free blacks and the free mulattoes, what have you, right? So you have vagrancy laws, which means you can't even stay in towns for certain times. You can't get a job, but you can get arrested. This probably was come back under Trump, but you can't get a job, but you get arrested for sitting around, right? Remember, there's no social safety net, meaning that there was no soup kitchen or Medicaid or anything you get. So now you get sick and you free in a Negro. You can't afford no doctor or nothing like that. Now you got a bunch of sick, starving, hungry Negroes, and they say these Negroes going to get desperate and turn on us, right? All this crazy stuff goes on. So we're trying to find solutions anywhere. Right? Some people choose to go to Canada. Some people go over to Haiti because Haiti starts to invite us over there. Some people go to Sierra Leone in that settlement. All these other, like, okay, what we going to do? Because now that we're free, we still don't have these. You could be free, but you'll never be equal. Quakers start this in the 16s. How do we address this? Well, the niggas might be free, but we're going to put them over in the land of the blacks. New York, the land of the blacks, is a symbol of pride. I give tours there. I took probably some people in the chat over there to the tour at the land of the blacks when they came to New York. Yes, it's an important place because this is some of the earliest records in the 1600s of us actually owning land and what have you. But that comes with a caveat. Most of the city and most of the people live all the way down on Wall Street behind a wall. They put your monkey ass all the way up there. Yes, you're going to get some land, but if them Indians get out of hand and want to start killing people, they're going to start killing y'all first. So we're going to have a warning ahead of time. So even your freedom came with some caveats. Then, and it's in the records, if you don't give the colony one fat hog and some vegetables every year, you could be enslaved again. This is in the 1600s, and all the way up, it's always caveats with your freedom, right? So in this case, now they get to the point where they're literally lynching people and burning people down and rioting. Why? Because you have institutions now. You're parading. This was the point in history that you're going to understand why it's more than Prince Hall building the African law, and not even because he didn't build it, it was other people, but with him. But what are Masons allowed to do? Right? So they're allowed to march on St. John's Day and another day, which means you're allowed to have a public display in the streets. Can you imagine white folks in Boston in the 1700s allowing some free Negroes to walk down the street parading? What? They didn't even let you get in the parade when the Celtics won, and they had who? Robert Parrish and Dennis Johnson, freckle face ass on the team. You wasn't in them goddamn parades in the 80s. Susan Smith was calling all you niggas everything, and they had them police searching for every nigga in Boston. Patrick Ewing monkey ass ran down to Georgetown and got so real up in Boston. And that's the 80s. Imagine what they was doing to you in the 1700s. You decide you want to parade down the street with your what? African lodge? Oh, nigga, you crazy. So now this Africa thing is causing all this pressure, yo. Like, yo, we have African descent in the whole bit, but yo, they trying to really tie us to that, to what? To kick us up out of here when I am of African descent, but I am a native of filling the American state. Just because I am a native of does not mean that I need to go back to the motherland. But you have given me options. If I've chosen to, I could go get right on Elizabeth, which left from New York, or I could have went with Paul Cuffey, or I could try to get with the British folks and go over to Sierra Leone to Freetown, which was for free black people from America. So Sierra Leone and Liberia's first founders or early peoples were what? People from America, which means that your cousins and all them jungle people over in Liberia and Sierra Leone, because they came from the plantations of Virginia and Georgia and Carolina and Pennsylvania. Yeah. Jungle niggas related to watermelon niggas. It's a whole bunch of crazy shit. They're called Americo-Liberians. What do you think Americo is short for? Go look it up. Biggest population in Liberia. Who was causing all the havoc when your monkey ass went back home for centuries? Americo-Liberians. Going over there and trying to do all type of devilishment to the jungle people because you had shoes now and white Jesus. Sorry. Side note. But anyway, so now you got that, Rob Bourne. You in 1830 and it's happening, right? And so now we got these conventions and we got records of these conventions. Folks, we have reached this. Now that you saw records from, look at Rob Bourne runs. This where he died, y'all. We had a change. So what I've done thus far, Rob Bourne, got to be added. I'm here now. So what I have done thus far for the past hour plus is showed you with undisputability, I just made up a word, that people who were African and of African descent were all here. They called themselves this. They named their organizations this. They did all that. I showed that as without doubt, showed you that they did that. An important thing is, if that's the case, well, what the hell? Truth and Rob Bourne, why are you talking about don't call me no African no more? If all the stuff you just talked about for the past hour or so, you told many of us. That was you niggas that said all this Richard Allen, Africa stuff. And you're right. Now, it is important that you know that for you to understand why. You understand the climate now. That's what I did for the last 15, 20. You see the climate that's going on. So what do black people do in response? You start to convene. One, you keep records. That's why I have primaries. And this is part of how Rob Bourne died. Okay, listen. There is a change that occurs. And yes, your boy knows exactly why. Why did you stop calling yourself Africans? I said it. Nobody really caught it. Rob Bourne knows it. And that's why we can argue about this. Seneb knows it. A few others in the chat. Why did you stop calling yourself? This is a question that plagues their descendants. What is it? 2 centuries later with this shit. Running around all messed up when the black robots are the team to be with. Long live the robots. That's why I don't mess with none of you niggas no more. I'll put all them shits on a private and I'm teaching them to black robots in my algorithm. God damn it. Real robots. Now let me stop. But listen, what happens? Now the coincidence knows this because he's one of the people who actually listen to my ass sometimes. This needs to be closely heard. Why did you push away from Africa? Why did you push away from African? You was the African Methodist, African school, African lodge, African society, African descent of the African race, Africa, Africa, Africa. Why did black folks do that? Because of those pressures of now your freedom being tied to you free, you're going to be shipped up out of here atmosphere. And if you don't go, we're going to burn down your schools. We're going to make fun of you any opportunity that we get. We're going to destroy your holy organizations. We're going to burn down your colored orphanages. We're going to set fire to your towns. That's what we're going to do. So we see black people convening, and their first solution in 1830 is to go where? Was it back to the jungle? Nigga, we can go to Canada. We ain't got to get no boat for that. So we can go across the border. Ain't no ice yet. Canada, upper Canada. Why? Because you've been running there for God knows how long. Follow the North Star, barefoots. Huh? So at this convention, 5 years later, and this is interim, but going up 5 years later, you see oh man, damn, Rob on. This is beautiful, yo. This kills so many people. I'm so glad you met, yo, son. Now that I can see, they don't have to. Once again, I can stand on my word because you, Rob on. You Negroes don't have to believe nothing I just said. Why did they stop with the Africa, Africa, Africa? Because you see the societal pressures, but can you prove that? It's just talk. So this is where Rob Warren comes. So I told him years ago, him and Snap read blah, 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 blah. They know this, whatever. This is in plenty of book, mind you. But Rob Warren added something unique because I have it somewhere, but I haven't had it in years to ever look at this stuff, right? Yeah, Truth, that sound good, and you talking about that, and we did this, and you switched to that, but you don't got no proof. Like, where's the proof? Right? Then I say, well, Rob Barnes, now look, it's in Leslie Alexander mentioned it, or Craig Stephen Wilder mentioned it here. Like, yeah, I got the document someplace and blah, blah, blah. Go to the conventions. I showed y'all the conventions website and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what, folks? Rob Bourne thought he had a fast one. Why? Because ChatGPT was trying to help Rob Bourne in trying to come at the black robot himself, GA. Do you hear me? Rob Bourne teamed up with the algorithm against his homie. Guess what, y'all? Rob Bourne and the algorithm lost. He had me like questioning for a second. I knew I wasn't wrong, but I was like, damn, I can't find that. If somebody was to put me on the spot right now, like, I don't know, not a coincidence of Vyasa, I'd probably be like, well, no, y'all need to go read this. I know it's in the book and they refer to the source, but I didn't have it at my disposal. You know you done fucked up now. Somebody called
Tyree. You used the robot to help you too.
No, I didn't. Yo, you's a goddamn liar. I used it for part of it, and then I went to go find the source.
Everybody listen.
Everybody listen.
You used it for part of it.
I used it because right, and I told you. Hold on, and I told you what, Rob Bourne, that I couldn't find it using the robot. Tell the whole story, because you said you did it, and I said okay. You told me to put the prompt in there, and I showed you, and I couldn't find it. So while you was jibber jabbering, remember I went on mute, and that's when you died. Do you want? I am older than a lot of people in here, but I got a good memory. That's when you died, because you was talking about anamadiba nabo bold and biba dabado.
Yo, we don't know what you're talking about. You making this shit up. But anyway,
okay.
Right.
Hey, chat.
Let's get to the question.
Chat. No, we're gonna get to, because a lot of people have been here. And, yo, GA, I promise all y'all, this is all work. This nigga. What y'all know my slogan? This nigga dead. So Rob Bourne had your man. And I know some of y'all in the chat is probably on Rob Bourne's side. And you was like, yeah, Rob Bourne, I wasn't there, but I hope you got that nigga. Because he always trying to, I know some of y'all in the
I
chat.
was trolling you all day about this shit. I was on you as soon as I ran into you. I like, yo, son, why you fucking lied to me, bro? What
Yeah,
you talking
that's
about?
a fact. He called me a liar all day long. You's a liar. You misled the people and all of this shit. Mm-hmm. I know some of you in the chat be like, yo, we gonna catch it. Go ahead. I keep trying to tell you, nigga. I come from a place, everything I'm saying, trust me, somewhere in this shit, I got a record for, because I come from a world where every goddamn sentence, if you ain't got a source and you didn't say what, in my opinion, about something, somebody's gonna say, where's the source? Rob Bourne swore he got one. Why, y'all? This is in books. So normally what I would do for people is say, yo, go check out this book. Not to misguide you, but I know it's going to be difficult for you to get the primary sources, but you're happy seeing that this person or this thing referenced the primary source. Okay, fine. This has everything to do with Don't Call Me No African. And thank y'all for hopefully at this point, please like the video if you haven't, and then share it to another person. At this point, I don't even know if I might keep this shit up. It depends on how the goddamn support goes after this one, Rob Bourne. If you have learned at least one new thing thus far, can you please put a 1 in the chat at least? I didn't even put the what you call that, the Cash App or nothing yet. But after this is called a eulogy. Is that the eulogy after the funeral or before, Brendan? Because you one of them smart Negroes too. I forget. You know what I mean? But I'm dissertating my eulogy. I don't like dissertating. That sounds kind of pause-worthy. But you know what I meant. Okay, y'all. Enough. 1835. This comes up. We see Negroes, free Negroes from every state in the Union who are convening. Now they have convened 5 years. There's also state conventions, right? So we got 5 years here. And it's like, yo, light skin nigga did it now. Oh, let me hold on, Rob Bourne. He got a Wikipedia page. I gotta show him before I get to this. So this is where we gonna begin. I'm gonna show you both of these niggas too. This nigga. Ready? This nigga. This nigga here. Okay? First of all, those are
look like a white man to me.
Oh yeah. This nigga here. Okay? Very important to our history. I don't want to make light of that. So did some good stuff for us. Oh, holy and dandao ass nigga, right? He found an organization. His name is William Whipper. He found an organization called the American Moral Reform Society. If we stop acting so savagely in so many ways and accept good Jesus, we'll get some better treatment. Lord,
stop acting African.
We'll get to that part. Part of that civilizing yourself is cutting out the jungle way of living. William Whipper's the name. You see he got a Wikipedia page. Let me keep reading. It says his aim of the Moral Reform Society was the mental improvement of the people of color in that neighborhood of Philadelphia, and it spread, right? Of course, doesn't cancel anything because we got plenty of mulatto who was on our team. Don't get me wrong, but okay. Anti-liquor, you should have known. He had a problem. Well, he was part of the people who brought to light. I can't make fun of this too much, but brought to light the fact that they was making all them African leaders drunk over in Africa, and that's why they was getting the people over here. So here's a problem with that. You see, was a contributing factor for Africans selling their own people into slavery. What? Liquor. So his thing is this. Him along with, I gotta show you one more of a person, y'all. Him along with this person, because I'm gonna show you the primaries after this. Here you go.
Another mulatto.
Stop playing, man.
Another mulatto.
Stop playing. But I'm gonna just show you. Hold on. Watch this, Rob. I'm gonna show you the black people who are the reason you ain't calling yourself African. No.
Bro, he looked like Abraham Lincoln, man. Look at this nigga, man. Look at this nigga, man.
So the reason that y'all have a problem 200 somebody years later figuring this shit out is because of black people. As you can see, this black man and this black man. Okay? Excuse me, this is a better picture. This black man. Okay? Important people in our history, so I don't want to make total light of it, but okay, we got that. So what happens?
No problem.
So what happens? Shut up, man. I gotta try to get through this without laughing too hard. Now, so what happens? They are prominent people. They're at the conventions in 35, y'all, right? Now all this heat, like, yo, all this African shit, yo. We don't even look as African as the rest of y'all niggas. But check this out. All this connection to Africa stuff and African neighbor stuff might not be. We might want to try to say, hey, white man, we'll go over there and civilize those Africans and stuff, but we can't stay on. So at your convention, this is, I'm going to get to it right now. Hold on. What happens is, here we go, y'all. This, share this tab, okay? This is, damn, how do I make it? Okay, this, because I want it to be, okay, I think that's going to be good. This is the minutes, the actual minutes. Yo, y'all, chat. I can't front. I was so happy because I knew it was going to be a long, I got like weird ADHD with shit. Yo, I'd have looked for this shit until Tuesday morning if I couldn't have found it, y'all. As Rob Bowen is talking, I'm like, fuck, I can't find this shit in the typical places. I'm like, yo, son, I know I got this shit. I can't find this shit nowhere. And as he was talking, I just sat like, oh, I got it. I'm going to let him keep running his fucking mouth. Okay, bet. Boom. There it is. Now, folks, what Rob Bowen didn't say, I don't know if he did, is if you were to try and finally go, maybe Rob Bowen, you saw it at some point. If you were to try to go and get to this document via your AI, you're not going to find it that way. It's going to tell you that the things that I just said are assumptions. Was that what it basically was saying, Rob Bowen?
Yeah, it was saying it was by historians inferring on what he said.
Right, inferring on, like, it's like, okay, that'd be a good example.
Because it's political, his idea was political on the term.
That would be like, folks, that would be like this. And this is why I'm kind of glad we always say, like, yo, you don't gotta believe us. Here go the documents. Because if I say something, a lot of people would think, okay, he's inferring something, or that's the way you see it true for Rob Bowen or whatever. So I purposely, and this is way before I even came on somebody's internet, I'm like, yo, you got it. I mean, show and prove was like, we just grew up that way. And somebody's gonna challenge you, like, yo, where that's at. So what it is, and the way when I go live or he goes live, it's like, yo, I keep saying it. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe, oh, this is my old white education insight into something. No, here goes the document. Here goes exactly what they said. You can see it for yourself. You don't gotta, right? So with that said, that's how me and Rob want to get to these points about so many things. So it's like, yo, God damn, I know where the fuck. Because it sounds like, okay, well, certain things happen, which I'm going to get to once I show y'all, where you could infer that that's why the black people moved away from Africa, right? But that would be, it could be possibly right, but it would be an inference based on information. But now, when Rob Bowen dies, and we've been talking to his ghost for the past 2 hours, when you have the actual factual primaries.
I had you sweating bullets at 9 o'clock in the morning. Why you not telling them the truth? You've been sweating bullets since 9 o'clock.
No, I was not, son. I told you. I was not. I didn't. I couldn't.
You was at work and I called you. Trolling my nigga.
No, my nigga. Check this out.
I was trolling you at work.
Check this out. There was no fear. It was the question of, damn, I hope what did I name? You know how my deal is. What did I name this shit under my Google Drive? because I don't know. I don't have no consistent name, and I just is years. And I don't know. You see how I gotta look up some. I don't know, nigga, the jumping, dunking. Some one of these words is in it. Goddamn time.
You were sweating bullets so much that when you went to the robot, you was like, "Yo, bro, you might be right." But I know I saw that shit somewhere, and I was like, "Yeah, you did. You saw it in a history book that said this is here. It ain't there. God damn it, you lied to me."
No, you're wrong once again. I did
That's
not
what
lie.
happened, bro.
I did not. he tried to still. I did not lie to you in chat. You can rest assured. We've been going 10 years strong. I have not intentionally lied to you about anything because I keep saying, here you go. You can look and you can see it for yourself. Right? So that's how we get this. So how do you show these people what we talking about, Joe? Why and how is this nigga now talking about don't call me no African? And I showed you clearly what we was calling ourselves African, naming our institutions African. That's me with the raw paper, y'all. Calling ourselves African in the whole bit, because this is my victory joint, even though I can't smoke in the crib like that. That's the paper, that's the package. We got Hurley. We smoking on a Rob-on pack right now because he done dead. But this is the Hurley grown. I really don't like Hurley too much, but this is the what's this? Damn, I need glasses, y'all. Can y'all help me get those Meta glasses? I keep talking about those 24/7. I really want to get those Meta glasses. Yo, other people, I got the DJI. Yes, I got all that, but I don't like shit in my hand when I go pause. I want to get the glasses so I could just have them on my face and film that way. I'm not a hand camera in hand type of dude because I can't. Anyway, I got the Gelato. What's this? Gelato 41? Is that a strain? Yeah, Gelato 41, y'all. This nigga dead, y'all. Oh, I'm gonna take my time with this one, so y'all can leave if y'all want. But anyway, here you go. I ain't gonna prolong it that long. Here's the minutes of the 5th annual convention. Right? For what? The improvement of who? We see changes already occurring, but now we got documentation. So they had. Why they don't say free Africans? We're starting to see changes early on. David Walker's appeal was talking to who? Colored people. That was 1829. We know what the Africans, the colonization society is doing in 1829. The guy, David Walker, sold the Freedom Journal in the Boston area, folks. So he knew John Rushworm. He went to some of these early conventions. He's aware.
Hold on, before you get in there, this is a very interesting topic, man. I don't think y'all understand what's going on here, man.
They know. That's all. I know people. I'm
gonna just add something real quick. Now I'm not gonna go in. But when you hear these people say, "Yo, these are European terms," the European named you African, the European named you Negro, the European named you color. You was reclassified. Blah 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 blah. Right here. We're looking at these people discussing this shit amongst themselves. Not a European in sight, except them two funny-looking motherfuckers you saw them.
Those are black people.
That don't matter. Anyway, you saw that hairline, bro. You saw that. Y'all saw the hairline. You saw that goddamn hairline. So you see that going on, right? But long story short, they not the only ones with that. The first black man with a patent talks about it. They all talking about this. But I'm just pointing this out so you can see that we are discussing this amongst ourselves at this point. And it doesn't stop at 1835. But I'll leave it over to Truth. Will he finally read the document? I don't know.
Yes, I will. So, folks, what we have here is the minutes from that meeting. And so I'm going to try to do this in the play-by-play. Rob-on is talking. Now I got it while I'm on mute. And he blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, this nigga dead. Please. Now this is the only point in this where I'm quietly going, please let this shit be down here. I know it's in here. Here's 1835. It's the 5th of June inclusive, right? Let me make a chart. Okay, folks. Right? 1835. Right? Philadelphia. Let me see if I can garner some more information for y'all. Right? The convention board, what time they met. These are people you can. Here's a Wikipedia page too. Junius Morel. And so we have all these resolutions that are being made, right, guys? Okay, cool. So Rob Warren is Georgia. Here's your man, Robert Purvis, who I'll show that picture of. So you see him there. This was I forget what this resolved. So he talking. I'm like, yo, son. Here's the American Moral Reform Society that is formed, right? This is in that meeting. Matter of fact, this is important too. So now they are working with something different. This is important because our focus is going to switch to anti-slavery. But let's see why. Because as Africa goes away as far as a focus, why? So here it is. We're going to go down to, what was it, June 5th? No, it's page 14. I'm going to scroll down this. And folks, what happens is at that convention of all, not all, but representatives of the free black people, William Whipper has some things that he brings to the table. And here we are. Let's go further. So we'll start here. Report. Ready? Your committee have under consideration the subject assigned to them and beg leave to report the following as the conclusion of their investigation. First, that this convention requests, ministers of the gospel in different sections of our country to use their influence in their several churches to extinguish the prejudice, if any there exists, which debars colored members from equal rights and privileges in the same. See? This is 1835, and we're talking about this. We're free, but we're having a struggle for rights, right? And also do recommend to our people and the friends of our race to patronize those lines of stages and steamboats which make little or no distinction amongst their passengers, which basically means we're fighting for civil rights and non-discrimination. This is where we are. Folks who care, this is a death blow to so many people who don't understand our story. On motion of William Whipper, seconded by Robert Purvis, it is resolved that we recommend as far as possible to our people to abandon the use of the word colored when either speaking or writing concerning themselves, and especially to remove the title of African from where? From their institutions, the marbles of churches, etc. Did I make myself clear? So they proposed and recommended stop using not only African, not colored, but African, and especially to remove the title of African from their institutions, African Society, African Lodge, African Church, African this, African that, African School, the marbles of churches, etc., which motion was, remember, this is representatives from every single state that a Negro resides in. They had a prayer by the chaplain. Let me make it even. Look, y'all, this somebody gonna die tonight. Huh? Let me make it small so you can see it. After a prayer, William Whipper's resolution in relation to us using the words colored and Africans was called up. And after an animated and interesting discussion, it was unanimously adopted. Lord have mercy. My name is the mother effing truth historian. Huh? You saw it your goddamn self. Huh? Yeah. I'm gonna sit quiet for now. What? That's why. And so when I tell you Then now you see this. And so the focus, instead of this connection to Africa, goes to anti-slavery. And I start showing you as early as this period, Black folks started to develop anti-slavery organizations to fight for their brothers and sisters here as the main emphasis. You see why now.
Yo, Brandon is crazy. That Brandon said that's an ancient FBA document, bro.
Yo, Brandon, y'all don't get how, this body's so, like, stop asking why you ain't going back to Africa. Why you don't call yourself African? Like, all of this naming shit is political, just like colored and anything else. That particular politics was not working. That don't mean we ain't African descent people no more. Yo, this institution, this organization, and that focus is trying to get away, is pulling us away from this American citizenship that we're trying to get going. That's why, folks. It wasn't you had this, you suppressed that. In a way to what? To gain, you were hoping more of this. You may be free but not equal. Maybe we'll get a little bit more equality if we pull back on the Africanness, African that, African up, African down. Politics. Politics. We did it as a people.
What was William Whipper's words on why he wanted to do this?
Look, shit. Now you're going, I'm rolling my reefer now. I'm taking my victory lap. If you learn at least one new thing, we're not off of here yet. Rob Warren, you can, I don't have a thing for your Cash App, but God damn it, if you learn, tell me what's yours, Rob Warren.
That's my name, just Rob Warren.
Rob Warren. And if you learned at least one, I dare you niggas to say you didn't, and you want to support, I thank you all. I'm not going nowhere just yet, but I'll be damned if you niggas ain't learned at least one new thing. And that's all I have ever asked. I don't expect nobody to remember all of this shit. You got to be crazy. If you learn one new goddamn thing, dude, and you want to help me get these meta glasses so I can stop telling Rob Bourne about them every goddamn day. Huh? Does this help you with now folks who really care of answering these nutty people when you can still, you see it for yourself and you understand the background? Remember, you got all the same documents, and maybe I'll keep this video up for a while showing you African this, African that, Africans. We was doing, that's why I set it up like that. It's indisputable that we were calling ourselves Africans, had the relationship to African, knew who we was, knew who we descended from, the whole bit. But why would you stop doing that? Now you understand the politics behind it. And the pressures with, oh, you want to keep playing this Africa stuff? Then take your ass over there to our colonization scheme called Liberia. How about that? Now, Rob Bourne.
You want to read that Thomas Jennings thing, or what you want to do now?
No, what I'm going to do is, I have done, you know how we usually do this. I'm going to now put the link in there because I'm pretty sure that somebody's going to want to come up here to talk to you about this. You know, I don't engage with too many of these crazy people. So I'm going to put the link in, and you can have, because I guess they didn't go on when you was on Ank's show yesterday. I'm pretty sure some FBA of some kind will want to come up here. So how do I share this link? Yo, put the link in there, Rob, because I have trouble. Oh, can I do it under this account? Hold on. Like the video, y'all, at the very least. But I dare you niggas to say you ain't, y'all niggas is lying, son. Don't know. The AI and the algorithm can't even give you this source. So I know none of y'all niggas never seen this before. There you go. You can come and talk to Rob Bourne while I roll my reefer and take my nerd victory lap for Dead Man. And now risen from the dead because he has the primary himself, Rob Bourne. Okay? So this is your chance. I know you're in the bushes, all of you FBAs and Abos and Uncle Truth and Rob Born haters. I finally got him up here. This is your chance.
Yeah, man, that shit crazy, bro.
That's why we can't go live, so I think it's just kill everything. Just disappear.
You don't want to come fight, bro. I want to fight, bro.
Yo, wasn't y'all the same telling us we yep, got them. Told you he was African. Now I done showed you why you ain't African no more. The name of this video is Don't Call Me No African. Do you understand why? Smart niggas will. Yo, Rob on no front. I thought I was a genius when I thought of that title. Where they at?
Nobody coming up here, son. You know that shit, bro.
Listen.
You know better, bro.
Like, so, but I don't want to hear all the jaw jacking nowhere else and blah blah blah. Like, yo,
You gonna hear it because it
and
has
this,
to be.
no, wait, hold on. And this is,
bro.
and this is no disrespect to no other people, but I gotta say this because shit, he's right. Unc said it a few times last night, right? Hold on, V not. But this is the case, and it's not. It's just our particular area. Like, they nobody else could do this but me and him. And I don't mean that in no whatever type of way. Now, here you go. Let the drama begin. Here you go.
What's up? What it do? What it do?
What's up, man? What's about what we talking about?
Man.
Question?
What did you learn today?
Yeah, I learned a little bit of history, but I got some questions.
About what happened today? About what? Yo, come on, Vino. Come on, man. It's Saturday night. Do you have questions about what you just saw?
Yeah, definitely. I got questions. So,
okay.
So the question is this the story for all black people in America or just for...
There's no such thing as a complete absolute. Come on, man. Ask a mature question, bro. Come on. Come on.
I mean, because you're talking about the FBA in a blanket statement and saying that this is...
Go ahead. Go ahead, though. I ain't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
And I'm just looking at it, you saying, okay, yeah, this is where they said that they changing their name from Africa. Don't call me an African because of this situation right here. And you saying that this is the reason for why we doing it now.
No, that's not coherent. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So what you said?
You have to go back for 2 hours. Like if that's what you think I'm saying after 2 hours, and I can't. Like, come on, man.
I mean, there's a lot.
Like, come on, man.
It was a lot that you said.
Okay,
but then a couple things that I did ask you.
Okay, because I'm not. Come on, Vino. Ask something of substance. No, all of us didn't. Like, what do you like? Give me. You have your opportunity. Present something of value, bro. A question of substance. I swear I will try to answer it if it's like substantial.
I mean, it is substantial.
No, it's not. It's common sense if you watched it.
Once again,
here's why he's saying that. I mean, because he gets aggravated. When you get older age, my nigga, you get aggravated. Right? But this is why he's saying this. You will not be able to show us no black people, free or not free or whatever, saying something contrary to this. In order for you to even ask that question, that means that you have black people in this time frame saying what you are saying right now.
That's what I'm saying. During the time frame that you're talking about in 1835, and y'all having y'all convention, it's a whole Negro war going on, and they fighting, talking about they trying to stay in Florida.
Okay, what Negro war are you talking about, bro? What is
the Seminole War?
All right, that's a whole, bro. I did a whole video on that. I don't know if he closed it out, but this is all right. Hold on. Let's be clear on what that's about. That war is originally about all of those black people who was leaving those plantations from the British and going over to that area, to Spain and Florida, bro. They was mad about that, son. That's what caused that. That's why that's the most expensive thing that they ever spent money on, because they wanted to keep that institution of slavery, and you cannot have these blacks over here running shit tearing it up, which is why they took a long time to put it in the paper. That don't got nothing to do with that, bro. Because if I bring this up, I'm gonna say, who is Francisco Menendez? Who is the person who founded Fort Mose? If I bring up St. Augustine, who's the people that went there?
Rob
Come
Boy.
on, bro.
I would wait. Hold on, Vino. I would never interrupt. You know that, Rob Boy. Vino, hold on. Yo, Brendan. I want to say thank you to Brendan. Don't ever think I'm gonna make like Brendan. I might do the first video on them things saying shout out to Brendan, but I gotta say, Brendan, I'm humbled. Let me just put it that way. So I want to say shout out to Brendan. But go ahead, Rob on.
Brendan is a good guy, man. But in any event, that's kind of changing the story, what we talking about, because there's nobody in that story, if you want to call them Seminole, Gullah, whatever, that's saying anything in the contrary. None of them are saying this. You don't have a writing. You don't have a primary. You look at what we did. We put only black people speaking for themselves. You don't have nothing. That's why he's like, yo, ask another question.
Okay, so once again, so these is black people that's being educated by white people from the north that's abolitionists, and this is the same type of talking points that they coming with. When they're talking about I want my liberty. These are stuff that was taught on them, calling them an African. If that was the case, why they not going from their own tribal names instead of just calling themselves a blanket term African?
Because they understood the slave trade to go backwards. This is when you look at Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, and you look at it, Prince Hall, they tell you about the horrible slave trade. They celebrate the end of the slave trade. 1808, all of these same people understood that they come from various places in West Africa. Thus, they adopted the term. This is why they say we are men of the African race. And you have to look at the science that is going on at that time.
But they wasn't using the term, they were using the term Negro at that time.
Wait a minute, bro. Hold on. So slow down for a second. And this is why, when you watch the beginning of the video, the first organizations are not called Negro anything. They're called African. This is why this was put down in this specific way. They're called that. Now he shows you the Freedom's Journal, which answers another question. It says, we are going to speak for ourselves. They're not, you want to say that they're educated by the white man, and why should we listen to them?
Hold on, Rob. I pulled it up now. I wasn't going to do it because I think you had asked me. This is important, yo, folks.
All right, hold on. Let me just get this, because that's going to tie into this. So I'm just saying that he's mad at you or telling you this because everything you are asking, the answer was given. So I don't understand how you even have this question. If you got black people who are fighting against oppression, he just read another thing with 1835, wherever we are being oppressed, we must come together and support that.
So why they didn't go down to Florida?
Hold on, bro. Wait a minute, bro. That doesn't sound like a fucking Uncle Tom calling out when they're talking and fighting against these people.
But there was a war going on in Florida. Why they didn't go down to Florida?
Okay, Vino, hold that point. Chill, Rob, on, because I'm glad, one, you told me to do this, and two, that I didn't listen to you and pull it up early. This is like, now it's like, folks, not only the William Whipper thing, which is, I mean, if you're really into this, that's revolutionary shit we showed you. But check this out. This is from our first black man with a patent. He was heavily involved in our liberation struggle as well. His daughter was the first quote unquote Rosa Parks in our history. Her name is Elizabeth Jennings. So the first black man with a patent in America, his daughter and him both involved in our civil rights and our struggles, right? Listen to what he says speaking to the African side, and it's called the African Society for Mutual Relief in 1828. Okay? Thank you, Rob Warren, because I think this is so powerful right now. Listen to what he said. Our claims are on America. It is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our, remember the word that Prince Harlem used? Nativity. We know no other country. It is a land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relation with Africa is the same as the white man's is with Europe. Only with this difference, the one immigrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country. This is written in 1828 by our first black patent holder.
That's a lie.
Yo, come on, let me finish. And consequently, we have become naturalized. Our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country from whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him what? A European. As for him and these demons, to call us Africans. The argument will hold as good in the one case as the other. Africa is as foreign to us as Europe is to them. That is
It's not the same because black people was found in America, white people was not found in America.
So I'm not addressing that foolishness. That's why I'm glad Rob Bourne is for chat. Do you understand how even that is powerful? That we see this. So when you have some people with some form of like, I don't know, measurable intelligence, when you want to have this conversation, you can now say, well, look what Thomas Jennings says to address that. You asking me about why I'm not call myself African, but you're not putting this pressure on the white man. You ain't asking about the white man, but why he ain't talking about London and Liverpool no more. Thomas Jennings puts this out there in 1828. They have been talking about this since way before that.
White people wasn't found in America.
What does that have to do with what is on the screen?
So it's not a parallel because white people wasn't found in America.
What
Black
does that
people
have
were found
to
in.
do? Where
It's
does
not
it
the
say
same.
black people? What does it say black people in this state?
All right, you talking about Africans? You talking about African descent?
Right. So Indians aren't black. You just died. But what the fuck you're bumbling about? Talk to Rob Bourne. I need somebody who has some level of measurable intelligence if I'm going to do this. Like, this is how, like, I don't even, like, this is how I destroy the white in them. I don't have this. That's why I don't debate y'all. Like, I don't have this same victory. I wish I did because it make it much easier. But the white in them is one's messing it up. I just feel sad for you guys.
The white people ain't got nothing to do with the FBA right now, so I don't even know why you putting them in the mix.
Oh, you ain't back in? No, you up there, Rob. What were you talking about? What'd you say?
So the
Nah, I
white
did
people,
send you something. That was all.
Yo, seriously, 70 people. There's no FBA with any measurable intelligence. I'm not doing this, man. I done presented Jules. Shit. Unbelievable. Like, this is your time to ask serious questions.
that's what I'm saying. You trying to take this one story and say, yeah, this is the American black story.
One story. 2 hours and you got one story out? Good God Almighty Jesus. My God.
Hey, Vino, man, all you gotta do, bro, is show us the people making your claims at that time. That's all you gotta do, bro.
I'm just saying, you just made a statement.
I don't wanna hear nothing else except that. Do you have any information of
Hold on,
people
Rob.
in that
Hold
time
on.
frame saying that?
Hold on, Rob. Yo, chill, Vino, hold on. Because I want to make sure that this is out here. Backerberg. And y'all know I don't like saying people's name like that, but I think, I have to do. LW, you know who I'm talking about. I see that as well. Yeah, go ahead. I just want to make sure people know, like, yeah, like none of this is taken for granted, and I know it's the holiday season. I appreciate all, every penny or whatever. I just want to say it like that. But go ahead, y'all.
So, Rob Bowen, I think you made the statement that they was making in the convention is if it's a war, if it's a fight going on, that we should be there. Why wasn't they in Florida?
They were in Florida. The people who ran away, the people who continue to run away. Where do you think those people were staying at? Where were they getting food and stuff on their way? From those Black Americans who were enslaved. That's the story, bro. What are you talking about? Everybody
Man,
getting money.
they had their
Bro,
own farms and cattle. What you talking about?
where is the story that you are talking about? Where is them claiming that they are people of not of African descent? Where is that? Let me help
Yeah,
you
they,
out. Hey yo, truth. Hey yo, truth. Let me get this in there. That thing I just texted you, put that on the screen, bro.
I don't know
Hey,
how to.
go.
Do I got to email it to myself? Come on, man. Can I go downstairs and
Nah.
smoke my reefer? I want to go smoke my reefer real quick.
Yeah, you can go smoke the beeper. Put that shit on the screen real quick. I should
yeah,
have
the
went
story
home,
of
man.
You can't share your screen. Yo, here, hold on.
I
Because
ain't
I
go
got it.
home. I didn't even go home, son. If I would have
Oh,
went
this
home, I
nigga
would
got
have
me.
been off the live.
Wait, hold on. Now I got to email it to. Come on, Rob Bourne.
Now relax, man. There's only weed. You said you was gonna stop smoking that shit anyway. That shit ain't regular. That ain't from our time frame. This some other shit. That ain't no 90s Chiba, nigga. I don't know what that shit is. I ain't smoking. Go ahead.
so the story of John Horst when he went to the
Oh
Congress,
God,
when he went to the
horse again. Oh, Vino, man. Damn.
Out of all this shit that you just heard, you talking about shit that don't got nothing to do with this story, bro.
these
Thank
is
you,
black people during that
Thank you,
same time frame. During that same time frame, you talking about the 1830s and all this. So these black people that's living during this time over here.
All right,
Over
man.
word?
You just wait till he put that shit on the screen.
Wait, hold
And then
on. I just emailed it to
after that,
myself.
you out of here.
Did I email it to myself? Yo, Rob Bourne.
Yeah, and they going to the Congress and they saying that they are a tribe from over here.
What?
They ain't
Wait,
said nothing about
post
going
it.
to Africa.
Post it. Nobody's
Hold
talking
on. I'm
about
trying
going
to.
to Africa, bro. Nobody's talking about that. I'm asking you to show what is it that you even claiming, bro?
I'm
What are you
saying that the
claiming?
black, I
What
said that
tribe?
the black people was
Rob
fighting for
Bourne,
the
he's
land over
trying to
here.
get you to talk about the Seminole War. You know, or one of them wars.
Nah,
You the one that. Wait, hold on,
he just
Vino. Hold
asked a
on, Vino.
question.
Vino, chill. I'm gonna get him to talk about what you know, because I don't care about this shit. That shit you be talking about with the it's a Gullah War, and he all he knows is the Gullah and what's his name, Vyasa, Big Head Sam. That other shit he wants you talking about the Florida and the John Horse and the Gullah War is really
We
a
can't talk
Negro
about the black people.
War. This nigga sick, y'all. God damn. Rob Bourne, don't leave now. Nah. I ain't talking to
Nah, I'm here, bro. I mean, I don't got
Hold on.
nothing else to. I'm just waiting for you to put that shit up.
All right. Hold on, man. Hold on. 1 second. Upload.
All right,
So
man. Let me
my
catch up with
question. So my
No,
question for you.
hold on, Vino, because I
Hold
had
on.
to upload this file. So
you. Get
So my
everything all
question,
right?
my question for you, Vino,
Okay,
is
I got you. I got you.
were the
hold on. What's that
Seminole black
called?
were the Seminole black people or were they Native American Indians?
Damn, I already
Yeah, they
had this
black
shit,
people
yo.
from America.
They're black people
Here
from
you go.
America. Okay. Hey yo,
Want me to
yeah,
share that?
when you share it,
Share this
scroll
tab.
down to where it says Negro War, bro.
I knew you was gonna do this. See, yo, when y'all know not that. Go ask Rob Bourne about all this Indian stuff. Between him, Sean, and and between Not a Coincidence. Don't be asked. I don't care about this shit no more. Go ahead. You guys are sick. Rob Bourne is the original sick person. Then you spread the
Nah,
disease to
scroll down to the Negro War.
Sean.
Scroll down to Negro War.
Oh God, I don't give a damn about these. Fort Mose. This one, Negro Fort, Yellow War. This one.
Right there.
Hold on.
Stop right there.
Hold on. I
Scroll
just want
down.
to make it so everybody
Yeah.
see it. Which one? This one?
Right there. What does that? I want you to read that for me, Vino. What that say? Read that. I want to know if you can read, because I don't think you can read.
Good luck,
Because there's no
Papa.
way you came on here with this shit.
What
No
about
way.
it?
Go ahead.
Read it. Read it.
What's so significant that you put to get some points or something with this?
Read it.
There's nothing new.
Read it. Do you know how to read?
No, Rob Boy, stop doing that.
So you
People
can't
watching.
read, bro?
You don't. No,
Hey, yo, bro.
Rob Boy, stop.
No. I asked you a question. Are the Seminoles black people or are they Native American Indians? You said they black people. I'm asking you to read this shit right here about the same war that you want to talk about. What is that? Read it.
He can't. Stop it. People are watching. Be nice.
I'm going to read it. Captain John T. Spargy wrote the following. The Negroes from the commencement of the Florida War have, for their numbers, been the most formidable foe, more bloodthirsty, active, and revengeful than the Indian. Why are they making a distinction in kind between a Negro and an Indian?
That's
Let's
not a
keep on.
primary source you're using.
It is a primary source. I could get the shit for you too. Don't play stupid with me.
That ain't no problem.
Furthermore,
Why you didn't bring?
Furthermore, whereas General Andrew Jackson has referred to the First Seminole War as the Savage and Negro War, General Thomas S. Jessup referred to the Second Seminole War in the following words: "This is a Negro, not an Indian war." I don't care what you ask me. You need to put something on here to show me that this is a lie.
No, because you trying to
Show it to me as a
misrepresent.
lie. Show it to
Yeah,
me as a lie.
Yeah, why you didn't show the Black Chiefs?
I don't give a fuck about a black chief. You show it
Yo,
to me.
who's a black chief? What's a black chief?
should.
No, my bad.
You
No,
should.
you dead. You dead, bro. You dead.
You should.
You died
You
already.
should.
You dead,
You
son.
should care. You should care about the
Now I'ma-
primary calling
now
them
I'ma
Black
get-
Indians and Black
now I'ma
Chiefs and
get-
saying that
yeah,
they in
prove it.
possession of Indians.
Here is yo, brother. Listen. Here is your chance. Prove what the fuck you saying. Give it to us. You can't, because you're internet Indian.
I
So
can
now-
prove everything I'm saying.
So put it up. Where's it at?
I can't do it right now, but I
That's
can.
what I thought. You niggas never can do it now.
Yeah, my
So
reaction
now-
video gonna be fire.
Alright, so now I'm gonna play stupid like you, right? You
I
said
ain't
the
playing
white.
stupid.
Yo, how many black people was in America
How many Black people was in America when?
right now? How many black people's in America?
I still about 50 million.
Okay, so it's 50 million black people in America, right? How many Europeans in America?
I still about 50 mil.
50 million. Nigga, it's 235 million Europeans in America, bro.
I would then. It's about 100 of us then.
No, it's not 100. Yo, listen. I'm just gonna be real slow and stupid with you, right? So, how did all of them Europeans get here? Do you have some boats that they came here with?
Yeah, the Europeans got through here on ship.
What ship? Name the ship that the Europeans came here.
The Mayflower.
So the Mayflower brought how many people here?
About 200.
How that 200 turned to 230 million?
Cause they end up coming over. They end up, coming over a lot.
Show me the rest of the boats. Where's the boats that the Europeans came on? If you can't show me the boats that became the 230 million, or give me a real figure of how many of them niggas came over here, the European is indigenous to America and you are the fraud.
Nah, they ain't
You are in
found
the
over here.
minority.
They ain't found over here. This was the new world to the white people.
Hey, yo, bro. Where is the boats that the Europeans came on?
Yeah, they got them, but they definitely didn't.
Where they at? Show
Yeah,
me
they-
a boat. Show it to me. Put it on the screen.
Well, we was just looking at one boat today on the Atlantic Slave Transvoice website, and they said that one ship had 400 people on there, and they had 20 white boys that was controlling them, and they was at sea for 573 days. Did you believe that?
Bro, that's not what I asked you. Hey, yo, bro.
I'm just
do you
saying, these
have-
are the stories.
Listen,
These are the stories that you get when you go to
Hey,
the.
man. hey,
These
listen,
are the
I'm not
stories
going,
when you get to clicking on
yo,
their
So
slave
I got
ships.
a question in regards to this book that you guys have on the screen
Okay.
yeah, what's
What
up?
about?
because right here at the bottom it says it was edited by a YNKLY. How can something be factual when it's clearly says on the cover that it's edited?
Okay.
Hey,
Let's get to
yo,
it.
you was the most
It's just a
dumbest
question.
motherfuckers on the. Hey, when you open the book, when I put the open the book, there's sources that are for the specific things that it's stating because it's a history book. It's not a fiction book where the person is writing his opinion. If you ever read a book, every book that you will ever bring us is edited. It is edited because it has to be in proper English, indexed, and all of these things. You can't find me a book on the planet Earth that is not edited. So now that
Actually,
you
So
I
said
that
that,
means
disagree.
we
Have
should take
you
the Bible
seen the
word for word
Abo
then.
and
No, that
Book?
means the Bible should be legit
Stop talking.
because
What are you talking
it's
about?
just a question, brother. This is Big
All right,
Damone.
slow down.
It's
One at
just
a
a
time,
question.
y'all.
By your argument,
Uh-huh.
you just validated the Bible.
This is not
Hey, yo,
about the
I don't give
Bible,
a
bro.
fuck
Let's
about
No,
the Bible.
I'm just giving that example because
But we're not
the book
talking about the
itself
Bible.
Listen. What information that was presented today that you have a problem with? If this on the screen, if you have a problem with this, provide a source that Andrew Jackson and Captain John Springer did not say that. You can easily screenshot this shit, copy it, and put it in your
Well,
goddamn
I'm
thing and see
asking
what
you,
comes up.
sir. You were the one that brought it up. That's why I was
What do you
asking you.
mean? I
It
just
was
told
brought
All
up
you
right,
because
so
all
sure.
books are edited. All books are
right,
edited.
so this is a book that you personally believe in. We can tell
I don't
that you
believe in nothing.
you
I
have
don't believe in no book.
you
I don't believe in it.
just from the outside the
Bro,
glass,
man.
brother. You brought this
Bro,
up
these
and
niggas is
you
retarded, bro.
I told you, Rob on, you don't want to do this shit.
Nah,
I just
I don't
like
want to talk to them
well
niggas.
I
Get them niggas
agree.
out of here.
Well,
Get them
I
out of
agree
here.
with the host when
Hey,
you said that black people are not African. I agree with
fuck out of here. Hey, yo, is there anybody else in the audience that want to address the information that was presented to them?
probably
Because there's an
not.
avalanche coming right now that say Mount Sinai, and you niggas is getting on. You only got one shot at this shit. We
Hey,
only
Rob
giving you
on.
one shot.
Well, Rob on, here you are. I'm gonna give. How do I give you the control or whatever? I'm
You
gonna
ain't give me
smoke
the
my
control
weed.
because I'm not on the computer. I don't even have my iPad with me.
Well, I'm gonna give the control. How do I get a control of you,
You
Vyasa?
can't
Like
give me the
this?
control. I can't do
I'm
nothing.
gonna give it to light skin over here. He could do it.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if
Come
I can
on, man.
control it.
I'm going to smoke my weed. Y'all niggas, like, yo, fuck out of
Oh,
here,
man,
yo.
fuck your weed, nigga.
No,
That shit can wait.
no, it can't. You niggas
Yeah,
Listen,
stressing
man,
me out.
Rob,
is
you
there
ain't the only one who
anybody
said he
else in
was
the
gonna stop.
audience? Is there anybody else in the audience who has questions or want to challenge the information that was brought forth today?
Okay,
Don't
I'm
come up
going
here
downstairs.
talking to me
I
about a
don't think
fucking horse or some fucking slave ship or any of this other wild shit y'all be trying to do.
edit names.
This shit is y'all niggas is special ed.
Duh. Kick from no. Edit mic settings, edit name and headline. How do you pass the mic? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah.
Hey yo, son said, why does the book say it's edited? Yo,
I don't know
Manager.
if you was peeping the chat, Rob, but I told you do not engage with that sea lion. That's all you do.
Guests. Guests can stream
You
to
you
their
not the
own.
you're not the first one that showed them Jessup.
Yo,
And
you
the
could
thing
ban
is, you can
guests.
do it 30 times a week. He'll just rearrange the
Yeah.
question and sea lion you to death.
that
You
shit
Like
could.
crazy, bro.
we
Yo,
brought
and
out
what's this other shit? Who these
we
niggas
brought
in the
out
chat?
Oh, yeah. Huh?
but Rod, you could have just easily ended the conversation with saying the first attack in those Gullah Wars was at Angola, Florida.
Nah, they don't
Key
like that. They gonna say
key
Angola means
key
some other
word.
shit.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go,
They gonna say,
Sabio. You could talk to Sabio too. That's
Next thing
enough
that's gonna happen
entertainment
is
for
he gonna take you down to Panama, Rod.
yo, Vyasa. I
That's
don't really trust Rob Bourne like that, but I'm going to smoke my weed. Could you have this shit remain somewhat civil for the next 10 minutes,
what
7
do you mean
yeah,
minutes?
you don't trust
I
me?
yeah,
don't
I'm the
trust
but
one who
you,
got
Alan.
I am the
No.
one who got this live
Rod,
popping.
but
Yes, you are.
truth
That's a
if I
fact.
do, you gotta show them the perspective picture when you get back.
Yeah, no doubt. Because you
All
asked
right,
me to. No,
deal.
no doubt. Just remind me when I come back, because hopefully I am high.
Truth, you trying to go smoke your weed?
Yeah, these niggas stressing me out on a Saturday night. You lucky I ain't take that troom I had over there. Shit.
You stupid. You gotta. Hey, what I learned is when you listening to these abos, you gotta smoke your weed while you talking to these niggas.
Nah. I live
We
in a
got
good
another. It look
people
like we
building.
got
Ain't no
another.
reason here.
It looked like we got another contestant. Somebody named Celebrity.
Do you know how to? All right, before do you know how to? Can I? Am I the only one that can add them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Yo, come on, man. Y'all niggas be
Oh.
just. Who the heck is? All right, who is that? Celebrity sub? Like, who is that? Come on, God. Okay. Welcome to the stage.
Rob
Okay.
Ball.
Oh, and
up,
Dad.
Yo,
Rob?
make
What's
sure he
going
not
on?
a troll, but make sure they not trolls before you leave, bro.
No, it's
It's
fine.
me,
I
Rob
want
Ball.
yo,
Yeah, it's
peace
me,
everybody.
man.
Peace
What's up,
everybody.
chat?
Can I?
Channel?
Hey, what's going on? Yo, is it before I go? I know Dad. Is there something like information wise that we presented that I can answer before I run downstairs real quick? Or
I just wanted to talk with Rob Bourne real
no, hold on.
quick.
Oh, Rob Bourne. So that Rob Bourne asked for you, and I need y'all to be civil for the next 6 minutes. Okay, is that possible? Is
All I
Arrow
need is
to?
Truth,
1
give the
minute.
keys to
6 minutes?
Dev.
1
Give the
minute.
keys to Dev.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh,
Huh?
go ahead. Let him get his
Wait,
one.
who
Go ahead.
is that?
How
Who's
you
that? That's
timing your
Uncle. Wait,
damn
wait,
smoke
wait.
to the
Hold on.
minute?
Hold on. Who's that? That's Uncle Shug? Who is that?
Yeah,
No, it's
man. What's
Dev,
Celebrity.
up?
Oh,
Rob Bourne.
Damn.
wait,
Nah,
hold on,
the
Dad.
other person. Hold on. I'm
Hold
trying to figure
on.
out who that is.
Yeah,
That's
I
Uncle
think.
Shug?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
Rob.
so.
Yo, what up, bro?
Man, what's good? I just wanted to say what's up to you, man. I ain't seen you in a couple years, bro.
Yeah, been hiding out, man.
Okay, yeah, man. Everything good?
Yeah, everything good, man.
Yeah, we still good, man. I know because we kind of had a little bullshit back then, man. I just want to make sure
Come
we
Yo,
on,
still
that's
Sugar
good,
that.
brother.
2025. We all good, son. We ain't doing all that now.
Hey, yo, Shug,
Talk to
that
my
was,
homie.
wait, hold on, Shug. Yo, that was fucking around the same Christmas time, bro. That's
Hey,
Yeah,
yo,
I
fucked
this
up,
know.
ain't no
man.
family reunion. Can I go smoke
Yeah.
my reefer?
Yeah,
Hey,
man,
look,
Sugar's
bro,
good. He
dude,
not a
look.
troll. Shug
I
not a
feel you,
troll.
Sugar. I live in the good building. I can't smoke in my own goddamn house, Sugar. I gotta go smoke the vagrants and smoke.
Hey,
Can
man,
I get
listen,
6 minutes?
I can smoke in here.
I
Nobody
know,
told you to
I
live in
know you
Harlem.
got one of those fancy
You
houses. I
wanna
ain't got no internet like you.
you
What's
wanna
up?
be an upset Diddy nigga, my nigga. Ain't nobody told you to move over there. Fuck out of here.
Man,
I
I just
have
want to make
feelings.
sure my nigga Rye ain't tripping on me no more, man. They cussed me out on Christmas, man, a couple years ago. On Christmas.
You ain't get no sleep.
On Christmas, bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
nah, so we good, bro. We good.
My nigga, man. Peace. Peace, brothers, man. Good
Yeah,
build too, y'all.
right
Good
on,
build,
bro.
brothers.
I appreciate that, bro. Thank
All
you,
right,
man. I
gentlemen.
appreciate
So
Thanks a
it.
you
lot,
still
man.
be going live and all that? You still do that shit?
Yeah, off and on, man. I'm working on some documentaries right now, so I don't really fuck around too much.
All right, Shug.
Yeah.
It's the Arrow to season. Tell the people your channel real quick. I'm showing love to everybody. What's your channel?
I do. Celebrity Suge.
There you go. All right. Cool.
Peace, peace.
Peace, brother.
All right,
All right.
brothers.
Who else is that?
Peace.
Who's the next one? Wall Street Willie and Jesus. Yo, check this out, Willie. You gotta wait in the back for a second because I don't got that many licenses. I got the free version. So once one of these people drop off, I'll add you. This shit ghetto as hell, Willie. I know you in the back laughing at me, but I have feelings. Yo, so I'm gonna go downstairs for a second. Rob on. Everybody here.
Truth. I
Fucking
just came up because I'm at home on the computer. If you need somebody to hold the show, I'll hold it for you.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know how to do this with StreamYard to give somebody the control.
Okay.
I don't even
Well,
know how to do that shit neither.
It
Shit
doesn't
Now
is
you
say
gotta
like.
go. You gotta go through the email through your studio, Rob Bourne.
Oh hell no, we ain't doing all that. Y'all just gonna talk amongst each other. Should I put something on the screen in the meantime?
no, you can put up Wall Street. I just came up because I thought you needed somebody to hold the show, and I know I was on the laptop
I
at home.
appreciate that, bro. I gotta not have the bootleg version. So I'm gonna let
So
Wall
Willie,
Street
if you
come up.
want to come up. I don't want to argue with these Negroes.
Hey,
You
Truth,
got
just
it.
put the picture up now because it keeps it on the conversation.
All right,
If you
Jesus
can.
Lord.
If you
Yo,
can.
this is why I'm going live. Y'all niggas think I got 800 hands, man. Dev. This is why, Dev, can you curse at them like you do
You're
over
a
there?
robot. You
Curse?
programmed to
I'm
do
off tonight,
this.
man.
Nah, he off tonight. Hold on, let me show for y'all. Hold on, y'all, real quick.
Sound
Shorty
like
played.
you got some motherfuckers from the fuck them damn books club over this motherfucker, boy.
All right, hold on, y'all. Just give me 1 second. Nigga, stop.
Motherfucker said, you know what's wrong with that book? It's edited.
Yo,
Yeah,
I
that
gotta
was
take it.
crazy.
That's
Hey,
when I tried to
Ron.
hit the panel. I couldn't hit the panel because I was laughing so fucking hard.
Yeah, that was crazy.
all right, I'll be back.
Yo, bro. That's it. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna fucking clip that shit. I gotta put some beat music behind that shit right there, bro.
Yeah, clip that, man.
This nigga said it's straight edited. I have a question for you. That book right there, it says it's edited.
What the hell?
My dumb ass still waiting on the goddamn punchline and shit. I'm like,
Right?
damn, you know what edited means?
That was the joke.
Okay, behave. I'll be back in 7 minutes. Chat, I want to report if any of these weird niggas start acting up. I'll be back.
What we know that?
So the
Just off?
that little incident with Rob Bourne. Remember, you have told
Yeah.
us that we should start expecting many adults to have a 10th to an 11th grade education. No further. All right, Rob Bourne. So don't expect too much from people like Vino.
I'm motherfucker said we was already here. 1833. Here. This Bible reference are already here. We're already here. Here? All right, maybe I got to go through ABO representative. All right, for the ABOs, the already here crew. What is the name of the black man that was already here first? Maybe that'll help clear some things up. Yeah, put that.
Quetzalcoatl.
Who?
Quetzalcoatl,
From where?
Mexico.
Man,
That Mexican god. That South American deity, Quetzalcoatl. He really black.
did anybody find out what the fuck they was doing over here? They was just walking around looking crazy till Columbus got over here.
What do you think humans was doing? They was just waiting, eating, living, chasing buffalo. Yeah, niggas used to ride buffalo and chase buffalo.
Out of all the shit to do.
They was tired of running from lions and hyenas. So they just decided to walk across the Atlantic. Walk across the Atlantic. When the Atlantic was 4 feet deep. No, the Atlantic ain't never been 4 feet deep. Picking up a story. I'm just doing what the elbows do. Let me not give them no fuel, huh? Shit. Fuck around, add that to their lie.
So Cortez, y'all keep talking about Cortez. Cortez was supposed to go come over here and look for some motherfuckers who got caught up in the storm and found that some other motherfuckers from previous trips from the King of Spain, Queen of Spain, Isabella, one of them, had got fucked up with their boat.
Can you hear me, Dev?
Yeah,
That was Balboa, not Cortez.
Balboa on the
Yeah,
let me see. On the side of
it,
Mexico where
yeah.
Veracruz
Down.
is.
No, when this story sounds like the Balboa
Let me,
finding
let, let me get a
blacks
year.
in
Yeah, hold on.
Panama.
Ooh, ooh,
That's
ooh,
the one
ooh,
they
ooh.
like to go to. And all this takes place in between 1507 through 1513.
Okay, kind of maybe close. I'm further west. All them towns ain't named that no more. It's down there now. That's the problem. But I do know Veracruz was named by the Spaniards only because they had found an Aztec tribe to help, I guess, uh, hold off an onslaught that they were trying to do when they were trying to take over. Did Isabella tell them to come over here and map the
Thy
Gulf of Mexico
kingdom
out?
come on earth, thy will be done on earth.
Okay, you can't sit up
Hallowed
on the
be
panel, man.
thy
Yo,
name.
We're not on the multi stream.
Now, my
You come,
man Buddha
you
let me
you
come
you.
up, so I had to shout out the Jamaicans. Thy kingdom come on
It
earth.
wasn't Buddha. Oh yeah, it was. Okay. So let me just get this straight. I'll go downstairs for 2 seconds and Rob on. This is what you call, brother, at the stage. Why do you keep going off the stage, man?
And phone calls, bro. Shorty calling my phone, man. She don't want me on the line.
Mhm.
Bob Warner's an
I don't
agent.
care
He's
about
still
you
my
being on
big
lock.
homie.
I need to yo. Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit here. Yo, Uncle Suge, I saw you. I hope you still in the chat. You got a nice house. If I get kicked out of my house with smoking weed, and I'm coming, where you at? Where you at? Ohio? So I'm coming to stay with that nigga. That nigga house look nice, son. So check this out. Willie, don't laugh. You got one of them old my first mansions down in fucking Bamaville. Watch. If I get kicked out of my house for smoking weed, I'm coming to live with one of y'all niggas. Watch. Think I'm playing.
Look at my true historian voice. But you Negroes want to pay $4,800 for a studio. You Negroes.
Yo, Willie, yo, Mom Donnie about to get us all up out of here, my niggas. Yo, he got my
But
son. Okay.
he gave my son a spot. Don't just throw that around arbitrarily. Right?
Nah, please don't start because Rob Warner is gonna go on for a half an hour. Where he at? Where's he at?
Let Rob Bond go off, yo.
Go ahead, Rob Warner. He started it. You're free to go. Tell us about my son and his
Hey, yo,
transition.
Rob Bond, my son is a part of the City Hall Transition Committee, Rob Bond. I know you don't have a problem with that.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that means. I
That
don't
means
even know what that shit means.
he's transitioning.
That's why that's my man, True, because I ain't know what that was either until I read the article. Like, I ain't even mad at Rob Bond.
Okay, so when oh Jesus Christ, when politicians there's a new one, there's a transition team, and they help with the transition from one particular entity to the next. That's called a transition team. Hey, you're not president. Hey, you just got elected
Yeah,
president.
but why did
Let
he
us
pick
help
my son? He was robbing cab drivers. This is what
because
Fox News says. I'm just saying.
he's throwing you Negroes a bone now because once he actually gets elected in a few days, Negroes will fall below Indians and Spanish people as far as relevancy in New York City.
Because my son told us we was good. Ah.
Right, and the win that you Negroes who settle for is New York City by my son is not getting shot by cops, and you think it's been a good mayoralty because you didn't get shot by a cop.
Hey, yo, Rob Bourne, he always crushed my woke dreams because I'm just saying we in the administration. I was happy there.
No. You're not in the administration. You're on the
Transition committee. All right.
team or committee or whatever.
So you saying Mamandi, whatever how you say his name, he not gonna put Massa on the real team? This is just
No.
fluff.
I can bet you $1,000 my son will be on nobody's ledger dealing with City Hall come January.
Yeah, now, Rob Bourne, that's a fact. Like, Donald Trump ain't put none of them bad hairline having Negroes, none of them non-FBA hairlines. He didn't give them a single spot in his administration. I don't expect more from my Donnie.
That's crazy.
But I mean, we got my
put
son
that in
here.
the chat. Yo. Mic check.
We hear you.
Yeah, y'all niggas is crazy.
Yo, Rob Bourne, I'm in here like a college dorm. Y'all, chat, bear with me. Smoking weed, blowing out the window like I'm 11 years old. Well, I ain't smoking 11. This is some bullshit,
hey, yo, son,
bro.
why don't you do the jail shit? Go light an incense, nigga.
Nigga, Rob Bourne, wow. Hey, yo, Rob Bourne, I'm a fan. True will never turn me against you, my brother.
Yeah, he always gonna try. He always try to. He get mad that people like me. I don't know why. He just be mad. He be like, I'm smart. I'm funnier than him. I'm creative.
Yo, that's undisputable. I'm way more funny than you, my nigga. Fuck
No,
I ain't
not,
with all
bro.
that smart
No,
shit.
you're not, bro.
Yo,
No, you not, son.
I'm more funnier than you, and I'm way more creative than you, my nigga. Don't do that.
I don't know, True.
Bro.
When he was pressing Imam Bashir, that was wild funny. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I gotta give Rob Bourne his credit.
He don't even know about that. He don't even
Rob
know
Bourne,
about
chill
that
out.
shit,
I
bro.
got
He
you.
don't even know. And this nigga, what's his nigga name? Whatever that nigga that with that pseudo brigade over there, he claimed he lost the video. I said, yo, where's the fucking video, bro? Oh, I ain't got it. The fuck you mean you ain't got it? All right, nigga. I'm saying, but I had somebody video that shit, so I don't give a fuck. That shit was mad funny. That nigga Imam Bashir was just looking at me like I was crazy.
Okay, since there's a decent amount of people in here and shit, is there any questions to anything either I or Rob Bourne? Because I don't know at all, so I ain't trying to go there, but to help clear up.
Is there any benefit in creating an Aru Tusisi right?
Okay.
When
Good question.
we deal with the 2025, right, dealings between Africans and Black Americans. I'm saying Black Americans had a very false concept of Pan-Africanism. They didn't really understand how tribalism worked on the continent. So this idea that we were going to connect with Africa and we were going to be one unified group, right? I mean,
So what happens is, like, we have those shared ties, but that's not necessarily under, hey, this is the organization for this. So if you got, who is it, Gullah Jack being involved with Denmark Vesey when he's doing this thing. And I showed the other day of you have, hey, somebody being brought
another
from
mulatto problem. He snitched on him.
Yo,
Go
chill
ahead.
out.
Oh,
Yo,
Jesus
chill out, Rob.
But my point is, if you have these people and us being shipped all over the place, like those links were created culturally. That's why this kind of seems through all of it by mere virtue of you're in Compton today and Kingston tomorrow, for lack of a better way to put it. Like we were just that being moved around that much, right? And then when Henry Sylvester Williams comes along and kind of like says this, we're at a position where now you have more people pushing back against colonialism. We've been free for about 30 some odd years or whatever, and trying to make this push. And we're seeing universal strife and universal struggle for the same peoples, right? And so now you're seeing it in West Africa more clearly. You're seeing it with we're going through. We're going through our great migration, having our issues. The coconuts are having problems because they have this more literate and money class, but they're still not being able to crack through the colonial. It's true. It's true. You know, this is why, you know, shit, even in this complacency there, right? Because
You know, I take that personal being a Bayesian. Chill out, because
no,
we
no,
are.
but what happens is this is true, and this is what me and Rob Boyd. This is what I'm saying. We can really do shit dirty, but what happens is a lot of those people that you would think they end up coming here. Garvey's not the only one, and so this is what causes a lot of bit of tension or whatever. Is you have a more early on have a little bit of money and a little bit more hustle as far as what they bring from the Caribbean here.
Right.
Which is something a little bit more unique to a people fresh off a plantation.
Correct.
So they're looking at, oh, why y'all not attacking it this way? And even at that time, they don't necessarily have the although they were enslaved in those places and got freer and free in some cases later than us, they don't have the historical reference. They still have ideas of streets paved with gold and you having this opportunity, right? This is even the Caribbean with
the scammer.
Right. So this is even at that time when you got West Indians, because they're not called right.
Chat, bro.
I just put him in. He's up there. You have West Indians.
So wait, so true. You're saying that there was a kind of a false narrative that was believed by both sides. Black Americans who believed that Pan-Africanism was all of us uniting, not understanding how tribalism works on the continent.
So look, hold on. Look, you got tribalism amongst Pan-Africanism because the African Blood Brotherhood is the ones in some cases bombing the UNIA stores. So you got, it's actually a coconut on coconut war because the coconuts is in the African Blood Brotherhood and they're the ones responsible. So I think they blew up a Millery, the hat store, or whatever, of the UNIA or whatever, of the UNIA. Right, because it's a wrestle for power and influence, right? So even with that, there's books and people talking about it, but you got Caribbeans. There's no ubiquitous coconut community. This is why you don't know half these niggas are, right? You look at Madame Sinclair. She's a coconut from where? I dare you to prove it. There's a 5-10 different hypotheses on where she came from. Casper Holstein, coconut. Where he from? So them niggas was coming over here lying too. Don't make me blow up the coconuts tonight. I've been trying to be nice, goddamn.
Yo, but you know what's crazy about that? You know what's crazy? That, well, a history thing to that. I think Paul Cuffey put the nail in the coffin with that. That's why I said, what did he do when he went to Sierra Leone? He said he went to them African tribes. He said, there they civilized, they got Islam, whatever. But I wanted to tell them to stop selling niggas. This is what's going on over here. I got this whaling business. And they said, yo, we selling niggas. We don't give a fuck what you talking about. We selling niggas that's not a part of our tribe. These niggas ain't a part of our tribe. We selling niggas.
So what became
I don't even know how Pan-Africanism survived from that point.
Right. So what becomes difficult to wrestle with amongst the, I'm gonna tell you what's going on with the Negro nerds and the book.
Oh, I just want to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing.
Right.
Now I can understand the language, even though these dudes is Christian and we got Jesus over here. When they like, yo, we gotta civilize the savage. These niggas want to sell niggas. How is you telling them this is what's going on in America? No, you need Jesus. What's wrong with you niggas? Now I know why you called them a savage.
Right. So that becomes problematic when you then look at it. And this is what, this is why you got to take it's hard for people, but you take your opinion, your personal opinions out of it and try to stick close to just the information. Right. So in this case, we look at this and we champion Alexander Crummell, one of the leaders of Pan-African, and we champion what's his name, Paul Cuffey and all these other names I could go through, right? But then you look and it's like, wait a minute, Paul Cuffey led with the cross. It was Reverend Alexander Crummell. You see what I'm saying? So and the first flag of Liberia has a cross on it. This is what they were clearly stating in many cases that they were going to bring, this civilization that you speak of. And we see the effects of that because, like I say, if you look at the Americo-Liberians and what they did, those are our direct and like family, right? Those are the ones who are the lineage of the folks who left the plantations here and went to Liberia and become Americo-Liberians. Well, since that time, they've been going over there with this elitist attitude and leading with Jesus in some cases, which has literally led to some cases like genocidal type of wars in Liberia. That's our people over there. Those niggas from the plantations here.
What's our brother name that almost got slaughtered over there?
Oh, it wasn't Blyden. It was the other one that they dragged.
Damn. That wasn't Blyden they dragged in the middle of the street?
They dragged Blyden. They tried to drown the other boy. So Blyden goes over there. Blyden comes to the story because he initially tries to get into the power structure that's developing in Sierra Leone. And he's kind of pushed back. So he ends up in Liberia. So Blyden, one of the things he's known for is this thing about the mulatto problem, right? Amongst this whole Ethiopianism thing, right? So you look at Blyden, but you pull
We're back here again. We're back here again.
Yeah, but this is, the first
he just want to go back to the Ethiopian delineators. That's all he wants to do, Rob.
Well, that's one of the reasons your ass went back to the jungle. But check this out. So Blyden, Mr. Pan-Africanism, black to be black, the mulatto problem is this. He cannot get into the upper range of sniffing Liberian presidency or influence. Why? Look at that boy's face. But he was married, his first wife, to what? A mulatto. Thinking that him having Alicia Keys on the arm is going to give him keys into the upper echelon of Liberian civilization and culture, because at the top of it are, in most cases, biracial people. Right. So this problem we take back to the continent, even as far as what's going on. Wow. Also, Paul Cuffey, and yes, I talk about him. Yes, he's a great, great figure for us. No doubt about it. Paul Cuffey went over there and started the Friendly Society. And one of his main objectives was, like Rob Bond was mentioning, having these niggas praying to sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, so it's a learning thing. So even with Blyden, though, he been over there, was warring with the indigenous Africans, with the crew and all them niggas. But then once he stayed amongst them, he changed his mind, because he believed all of the stuff that the white people was saying about them over there. They savages, you gotta give them Jesus, And then when he got amongst them, he changed his tune. And because
so it's not just him. So okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So here you go, folks. They started. So here you go. This is for my
waiting for this fight. Y'all go at it. Fight.
No. This is for you, Carolina nigga. You don't even know his name. I'm about to put you on, Carolina boy. Hold this.
Hey yo, Q-Butter, they was going in on you when he showed this shit on here, bro. They talked about the headline sign. I'm sorry, bro. The chat was killing you, bro. They showed the FBA headline, bro.
I didn't say nothing about your hairline, Q-Butter.
Fuck them niggas,
I didn't say one thing about your hairline, bro.
Q-Butter definitely has a Pan-African hairline, but we're gonna leave that there.
Nah, but look, look how this is real lives. We can use him as a test case to see what I'm talking about. So his name is Lot Carey, right? It was an African-American Baptist minister and physician. He was a leader in Liberia, right? So he goes there. He founded the first Baptist church in Monrovia, right? He served as the colony's acting governor from 1828 to his death the next year, on that year, right? So he's from where? So one of the leaders in Liberia is from Virginia, right? So he then goes there via the American Colonization Society, right, in 1821. So he goes there fresh. I think that 19 is when they take the first set of people, right? So he established the colony's first church, founded schools for natives, and helped lead the colony. So then you have this. The thing where I want to get to just speed through this is, so here we go. Maybe they have it here. So he's with the Colonization Society. Robert Finley, who was the founder, founds this. They get Lot Carey to go to help with the repatriation, and they get the Christians to go to go and do this thing. So he goes over there, and the problem he runs into is that black folks from America have gone over there and put their fences up. This is something that is not in these particular West African societies where you fencing off your vegetables and what have you. So what was happening, like Carrie found out folks was going there busting their European guns at the Africans, putting them under pressure and not letting them eat, but taking some of their land to do things, or not helping them get the resources that they're now fencing in, which is something new. So now you got wars going on early on. And so Lot Carey comes in and he's kind of intermediary to soothe the tensions. But I say all this to say, like, you come there with Jesus and we don't talk about problems that bring and the problems amongst when your ass think you just going to go back to Africa and be my brother. Right?
But how does this connect with Charles Taylor cutting my foot off?
Right, but Charles Taylor is of this here, folks. We can do this live. That's important. Charles Taylor is going to be of that Americo. That's the American part. Liberian.
That's the part I never understood.
Americo, because they're from America. These are people who, it's called Mississippi in Africa. Those people came from Mississippi. Kentucky in Africa. Those people came from Kentucky. Maryland in Africa. Those people came from Maryland. You got, what is it? You got a place out. What's the place? I can't think. It's a W place in North Carolina. It'll come to me in a second. That's in Africa. Those people came from that part of North Carolina. Those were all free people. Remember, you will be free, but you will never be equal. Now take your ass over to the jungle where you can be king. You understand what I'm saying? Because the on the coat of arms and the seal, the expression for Liberia is what? The love of liberty brought us here. That's what you see on Liberia's thing even to this day. But in this case, these Americo Liberians are what? A Liberian ethnic group, okay, fine, of African Americans, see? Afro-Caribbeans and liberated African origin, right? Americo Liberians trace their ancestry to free people of color and formerly enslaved African Americans. The biggest population, I think, is about even now, but in Liberia are your family. Not just because we African. No, your family left and decided that this may be the best place for me to get this freedom. And they left where? When they was on plantations and cotton picking and whatever and got some freedom, they saw that, damn, I'm going to be free down here in Tennessee, but they making it so I damn sure ain't going to be equal because they got niggas in hoods trying to hang me and burning crosses on my lawn. So somehow I got the bright idea to bring crosses to Africans. I don't know how that works, but anyway, so they go there, and those are that's the biggest.
I got the ACS. We're gonna colonize these Negroes together,
right? And then we got over there, and there's records, and they said that they view us as basically white people. Sorry, but Americo Liberians and Congos, that was like the people that they had took off the ships and found. That was like a catch name for them. But what? They are currently interchangeable and refer to an ethnic group composed of the descendants of freed people of color and formerly enslaved African Americans. And there's ones that were in Sierra Leone from the time who are also called Creole. These people here are the ones who went during the Revolutionary War. Well, now we got a problem because right before your eyes, I'm showing you the second country in Africa whose founding peoples are from the plantations of America. I want to be clear. The people, as we saw, came from where to make Liberia? Here. The people of Sierra Leone, who are Creole, came from where? Well, you don't gotta believe me. Here are an ethnic group of Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leone Creole people are descendants of freed African American, Afro-Caribbean, and liberated African slaves who settled. And look, when did I tell you? 1787. What also happened in 1787? That's right. The founding of the Free African Society. Black people are reaching freedom after the Revolutionary War and looking for many pathways to legit ways of freedom. Sierra Leone becomes one for some. Philadelphia becomes one for some. And later, you got Liberia being an option for one. Now you got Rhode Island, parts of Charleston, New York, Boston, these places being options. No, we're going to do it here, and we're not going to go over there. Some of them went to, that's right, Canada. Some of them went to, that's right, Mexico. After the war, 1812, some of them go to, right? Look, I'll show you the next one. After another war, and we free to a degree, we go to where? We go to Trinidad, and we become Americans. Who are Americans? Americans were formerly enslaved African Americans who fought and escaped bondage to gain their freedom and joined the Corps of Colonial Marines when the War of 1812.
Yeah,
so now we got how you like that? You like that? So now we got
this nigga.
So now we got after wars. We're saying free people would like, yo, I got some freedom and a choice. I might have a better chance over here climbing for coconuts for the next 100 years, as opposed to doing something down in Charleston or what becomes in Muskogee, or you get what I'm saying? These free places that we trying to develop here, Little Liberia up in Connecticut. Americans. So you got Americo-Liberians, you got Creoles, and you got Americans who are from those plantations who chose Trinidad as their way for freedom. It is believed that the term Americans is derived from the local patois, but as many Americans have long been in the habit of dropping an initial A, you did it before, I guess, the rednecks, right? During the American Revolutionary War, we know they went to Sierra Leone. Go ahead.
So Molly really is FBA.
No, let's not get crazy. Molly just other coconut. Nah. But y'all see that too? People, I'm sorry, did I bore people to death? My bad, y'all. I just tried to. My fault, Dad. There you go. Throw that in there. Q brother, assalamu alaikum to you, brother.
Inshallah, pepper and steak.
Aye.
Motherfucker said Insha.
But we see, so now we got connections like, oh, you got connections to people in Liberia. You ain't trying to talk we all related through Lucy type shit. No. The people was picking cotton and watermelons and snapping peas and doing all that shit. It's them same now blood diamond people that you make fun of. Some of them blood diamond niggas is your family. Sorry. Some of them genocidal people you making fun over in Liberia is directly your family.
That's crazy.
Shit, I know a whole bunch of motherfuckers from Detroit City and Ohio, many parts of the Midwest that's over in Liberia, that's been over in Liberia for a hot second.
Yeah. And so I wanted to show, I found this, I was here, let me just show these real quick. I had found, because I never did nothing on this, but I wanted to show you that this connection to Liberia lasted longer than we think. And we did it through this early Pan-Africanism period as well. Not early, but at a certain point we're doing trade. And so in our newspapers, let me see if I can find, in our newspapers, they have like the trading shit for rubber and for this, that, and the third. So this idea of we need to do trade with Africa, they were doing. We just never learned about it. And
do you have Waller?
What you call it?
Truth?
Say it again, bro.
Do you have Waller out of Kansas? What he tried to do with rubber in Madagascar?
I may or may not. I'm gonna hold on. Let me just see if I can. It's from, they usually were doing it in the what you call it, the New York Age, and they would advertise.
Like, they was doing the fabric from what you call?
Yeah, it was fabric. It was all type. Okay, here's one in the Colored American. This is 1901. Do you want to know anything about Liberia? So right for free particulars or whatever. So this is Tennessee. This is 1901, and we're still talking. But it's more than that. There's actual businesses. Liberia honors Booker T. Washington. This is 1908, right? So you got shit like that. So obviously you can see that's Pan-Africanism right there, right? It's 1908. Liberia is talking about him, but the businesses, because that's what's important. I want to show you. There's this Order of African Redemption that comes up. Oh man, Liberian. What's this one right here? 19. No. Okay, here we go. Boom. This is 1926. Look at this. Now, we don't know nothing about this. So now it's opportunities for American Negroes where Liberia. It's 1926. And now you coming up from the sticks down there and you getting exposed to all this, right? So now what is this? So now you read about what? The history and natural resources of Liberia in a book written by one who spent years in that country. For what? So now you know the natural resources. And so when they begin to do trade, you have an idea that you are connected and know who these people are, and they're literally your family. And this has been going on at this point. This is 1926. And as early, even before 1826, you were going to Liberia. So you got over a century of your family, the same people reading this black newspaper in Liberia, and you can do business with them because they got what? Natural resources. Now you should learn about them. And then you see over here, this is still 1926. What's happening at what becomes the Schomburg Library is what? Negro History Week. See it? February 7th to 13th in the 135th Street Library discloses old documents. So he was doing it in 1926. It's the century anniversary, I told you. And records covering the what? The history of the Negro from Egyptian civilization. You thought it started with Baba Haru in Africa down to the present time. And this department in the Schomburg collection is a history of Egypt in 13 goddamn volumes in 1926. Histories of all parts of Africa, the West Indies, and the American Negro are in other collections. Do you see distinctions of the varied people? Africans, coconuts, dunkers. Did you know that Haiti has had presidents since 1903? The second settler in Alabama, did you know this, Dev, was a Negro? GA, did you know that? Was a Negro who was in a DeSoto expedition who remained in Alabama amongst the Indians. The first blood for American independence was shed by a Negro, Crispus Attucks. That's what Schomburg asked. But you see right there. And there's other ads where they'll see that, and there's actual businesses that people were creating and trading with Africa. But what's my saying, Willie? You still there? Popular culture is that's right. It's a weapon. So at the same time, you are playing basketball and makeup and grass skirts. You see it. Yes, and talking about you was weaving baskets in Liberia. Let's read. Zulu Prince hosts a toss'em here tonight. Prince Kanto Wiwo, made up name, only native African playing with the Zulu Kings, that was the name of the basketball team, against CYO All-Stars at the Montana School of Mines basketball tonight. He was taught to weave baskets at home in Liberia. Do you see how now, through popular culture, your connection even to this Liberia thing is through in sport. You dunkers love basketball of what? Somehow Zulus in Liberia. No wonder we all confused about Africa. Zulu Kings, but he was basket weaving in Liberia, right? And so you are playing your national sport of dunking. Let me get a clearer picture so you niggas understand who the hell you watching right now. Hold on. I'm gonna show you what a Zulu king looked like to make this clear. You saw the Liberia part. Zulu king, god damn it. Here you go. Huh? You want another picture? Yeah, nigga. That's what it was. You see that? That's not good enough for you. I know what you want. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, it's not on the kings. Don't play yourself. Because I'm gonna just do this. Zulu, take that off, bow, and then here you go. There you go. You thought I was playing? What that got to do with Liberia? Huh? Look how you had the dress. Grass skirts, war paint on your face. The shirt is hot. I when we kid Q. This is a hot shirt. Right there. Put Zulu right there in the basketball jersey. That shit fire. But yeah, that's what you was doing. Zulu Jungle Giants. Willie, you see why the hell you backing away from anything African? Like, oh, hell to the no. Tarzan is just about to come to the big screen.
You don't want to have nothing to do with that.
Hell to the no. Deb, that's on the basketball field. But I mean, a basketball court. But you are the baseball niggas, right? Well, hold on. I got something for you, baseball niggas. Look how you was playing baseball.
Right.
Zulu team will oppose. Huh?
I forgot.
Africa. That's right.
I gave you the lines.
We're the descendants of Africans.
That's right. That's
Go
right.
ahead, go upstairs and go to bed for a snuff.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I do it for the future, goddammit. That's right. But look, Deb, you was a Zulu cannibal giant playing baseball. You would think I was lying. See it? So now
Hey, yo,
you
you
Zulu.
see, and I try to be productive, and now you want to bring out Zulu cannibal giants. This is
Why
where
do
I
you
get
think
upset
you
with you.
back away every time you
That's here in the United States. That picture.
right? So what I'm saying is, we come the millennials not so much, but we come up with we pushed away from Africa because of why? Tarzan. So these Bamas who are coming up trying to get away from minstrel looks and everything and trying to get some pride. What's going on? Let me show you. The thing is, what's going on in the world, y'all? 1934. Anybody got a clue? Anybody, what's going on in Ethiopia?
Oh, I was looking at America.
France.
Your last independent, the one that's supposed to go back to the Bible times. What's going on in Ethiopia? Ain't it war and all type of shit? Huh? Off the heels of what happened already in South Africa with the Zulus and what they did? Shaka Zulu and you niggas watch the movie? Huh? So all this is going. You want to be associated with this shit when you just off a plantation moving to Chicago and St. Louis trying to get you a good job? Huh? Hell to the no, you don't want to be nothing African. And then you go into the movie. You go into the movie theater and what's on the screen? Oh, I got another one for you niggas. You done started tonight. Okay. What's in the movie theaters, Deb? What's the highest grossing movie? Hold on. I didn't spell it right because why? I'm going to show you in real time. Ngagi. What is that? Movie. Huh? I'm going to go to Ngagi movie. Let's go. That's right. You niggas want to cry? You want to see why you ain't trying to be African? What was the biggest movie?
Oh my God. Is that a white woman with her boobies out?
This is an African woman and a gorilla taken to mate with her so they can make the missing link. This was taught in Yale University.
No.
Yo, you niggas, see, what you won't do is call me a liar. I know the chat know better. Ngagi, share this tab. Do you see my goddamn screen? You will not call me a liar like he's just trying to make some shit up. Where is the one?
Monkey made it with the Ethiopian, and that is
okay. No, I'm gonna show you where the shit was in schools first before I even get to that part.
No, you won't.
Yes,
There's
I'm
no
in.
CRT. That was never in schools. There's no CRT.
Missing link claims found in Ngagi movie.
Oh, Jesus.
Missing link claims found in Ngagi movie. Today as never before, because of modern means of transportation and communication, the public is keenly interested in foreign lands. But few persons, however, ever managed to penetrate the depths of equatorial Africa. And this motion picture with sound effects, which reaches to the very heart of darkness, brings a pictorial record to the public that is unique and decidedly appealing from an educational point of view. They said you was having babies with gorillas, and it was a ritual for them to come and snatch a black woman and have a baby every goddamn year. Huh? You niggas think I'm lying. Let's read further. When Sir Hubert Winstead of London and Captain Daniel Swain set forth on a long trek from the East Coast to the very center of Gorilla Land, they provided themselves with the complete motion picture camera equipment, and Ed Joyce, a marvel among cinematographers, the experience of the Winston expedition through long months of exile would fill an encyclopedia. Discovery of a strange colony of creatures that are apparently half ape, half human, and may supply the fabled missing link. Huh? This was taught in schools. Okay? You see this shit? Oh, it's quiet now. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. There's that movie ad. Huh? The gorilla hunt and finding of strange creatures apparently half ape, half human. The elephant charged leopards killed by spears, blah, 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 blah. And also, you need some good old-fashioned Egyptian pseudo. Looking, you actually see the colony of savages who make a practice each year of sacrificing one of their women alive to the gorilla horde. Did you think I was making this shit up? Kind of quiet. Watch my niggas bring the riot. Do you see this shit? Huh? Oh, I got more. Oh, okay. I know what you were saying. You ain't seen it.
So wait, they said that the Kimbe was sacrificing his babies.
Educational. The great educational picture
in school. Jesus.
Huh? I don't exaggerate a goddamn thing. Here you go. It was taught in schools. And also Yale. I'm just trying to find the one where it says Yale because I know you niggas don't believe.
See why
me.
I hate him, babe? I'm gonna teach you this later.
What?
When I come upstairs.
Here you go, Will. Here you go. Ngagi. Now they wonder if it's, you know why? Because they found out this was the highest grossing film of the year. Swear to God. Right? They found out that these people wasn't Africans, Willie. These was niggas from Compton. Hold on. Let me go, chat. Let me search this because I know he lying again, right? Wow. Let me go to the page. I think this is the article. COMPTON. Is this the one? No, this ain't the article. One of these articles going to tell you that this lady right here, plus some of the other kids that was running around supposed to be the little African babies, was niggas from Compton. Okay.
She does look like Eve a little bit.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, son. It's in the movie. Matter of fact, if I just search for Compton, that may come up. Pause. Okay. Depicts life of gorillas, Africa, yada, yada, yada. Winstead goes there and they kidnap each year, you see? And on the RKO stage, the first vaudeville, oh no, this is about that. But they would show this and then have a vaudeville performance, right? So what I could do is I'm going to go back here and I'm just going to search all of my clippings for the word Compton and hope NWA don't pop up. Do any of these got Ngagi? Hold on, y'all. Yo, Willie. One day I just gotta go.
It comes back to the Ethiopian delineators.
Yo, Willie, I can. Yo, son, like, ask me, yo, for real. Just like, ask me something random. I bet you I got some bullshit.
Man, just keep teaching, please.
What? No,
Just keep
serious.
ruining my woke dreams.
Yes. What you want me to ruin? The carnival? What? Sports? Name it. Dancing? Huh? What kind of dance?
Hey, yo, get your man, Q.
What? What you want? Look, like I want to. Yeah, he go to Black Jews. Like there you go. That's Wentworth. That's One West right there. That's the building, huh? That's your man Wentworth right there. We could take it all away, Willie. That's why I don't go live. Yeah, there you go. That's you niggas in the water. In the watermelon show. What you want? Like, where we going with this, chat? Y'all got me up here now. I want to make somebody cry. Let me see how we make black people cry. What are we gonna do?
The Spanish ship captain who wrecked in Jamaica and then became a Mayan abo.
Whoa. Now you asking me to perform miracles. Goddamn.
No, Gonzalo Guerrero.
For real?
Yeah.
That's a Viasa lane.
Yeah.
You could get that one for me.
Yeah, 1511 though. I'm trying to stay right in the same area.
Was not a coincidence. He's still in here. I told him I had some Long Island stuff. Here go one. That's the Long Island Negro. Little Dewey Sampson Hobson. Come on, Willie. Give me something while I'm on here. Pause. So I can find something random. Arkansas.
So Egypt was the first structured government elected by regular people.
Egypt ain't handle. What you think they went down in the pyramid to go vote? Oh, this is cool. Here goes Negro Banks in 1908. Nashville, Arkansas, other places. We got those. Huh? Black man, bank owner. There you go from Nashville. W.M. Hightower. There we go. But I saw some good shit. Where's it at? We should start doing these. I should take these from these old newspapers and ask them. All right, here we go, Dad. Here go to. When do the answers come? Did the answers? Okay. What was the name of the first Negro news? Oh, look at this, y'all. Everybody should get this right. What was the name of the first Negro newspaper published in the United States?
Freedom Journal.
Wait, hold on. This nigga.
The Amsterdam News.
Wait, hold on. Alan. The Amsterdam News. Nah, hold on. Where you at? There you go. Tell me your damn self.
It wasn't the Freedom Journal?
No, it was the Freedom Journal. Yes, it was. Go ahead, Rob on. You up there. What else we got? Who was PBS Pinchback? Come on. Come on. Think Civil War. Think Reconstruction. Oh my God. Okay, that's all right. That's what we're here for. Share this tab. PBS Pinchback. Who was PBS Pinchback? Was an American publisher, politician, and Union Army officer who served as the 24th governor of Louisiana.
First African American governor and the second lieutenant governor.
Okay. Who was PBS Pinchback? And there we go, folks. If you've learned at least one new thing. Where was the first? Oh, damn. This is, Rob One. I couldn't have planned this perfectly. Look at the third.
He Creole?
What did we read?
Rob Bourne looked like the colonel.
Hold on. Look, y'all. Look what the third question is, y'all, after today. Where was the first National Convention of Negroes held in June 1831? We read all about this today. Anyone remember? Good God Almighty.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Nice answer.
You gotta wait for the chat to light up.
Okay, anybody in the chat? Come on, chat. Somebody in the chat. Come through for me.
National Negro Convention.
Yes. And we have all the minutes. We gonna get to that. Come on, y'all.
How was this in the build-up to the Nat Turner Rebellion? Hold on.
What? Hold on. I'll tell you that later. I'll give you that because something else comes out of that, pause. But come on, chat. I expect the chat. Come on. When was the first National Convention of Negroes held in June 1831? Come on, chat. All right. I don't see it. Philadelphia. What is the name of the Negro who served as municipal judge in Arkansas during the Reconstruction period? Devin?
A nigga named Pinchback.
Nope.
No?
Okay.
Municipal.
Yes. Okay,
That
so this is
sound
how
like
we go.
that sound like county. That sound like county judge.
Watch this. First black judge in Arkansas.
Mm.
It ain't this Negro. Okay, let's go back. See how. Oh, here we go. Mifflin Gibbs. Huh? Well, they got Thomas P. Johnson, but this was the dude right here. Mifflin
they got
Gibbs. Who you want to know? Huh?
they
Miff-
got some other dude up here.
Mhm.
I guess federal. That because you said municipal. That's county.
This one. This is he's in the Booker T. Washington books. John Milo, John Hanks Alexander. Booker T. Washington talks about him. And come on, Dev, Helena, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay, hold on.
In the
What else we
U.S.
got?
1819.
This is
Give
what we want
him,
to know.
give
Who
him
was
this
Phil?
one. Since y'all was just there and you mentioned Elaine, Scipio Africanus Jones.
Okay, there we
See,
go. How about this?
see if something pops up for him.
Yeah, we got this. Scipio Africanus Jones. Look at this. Lord have mercy, folks. If you learn one new thing, Scipio
That is the colonel.
Africanus Jones. Look at this. Okay, why do we need to know him? Let's read. He was an educator, lawyer, judge, philanthropist, and Republican politician from the state of Arkansas. He was most known for having guided the appeals of the 12 African American men condemned to death after the Elaine massacre, who are more than 100 African Americans were indicted in the aftermath of the riot, although an estimated 100 to 200 Black Americans were killed in the county. God damn, y'all. Y'all saw that shit? More than 100 African Americans were indicted, although an estimated 100 to 200 Black Americans were killed. God damn. No white people were prosecuted by the state. Right. You may be free, but you will never, you get it? Like, you listen, I might as well take my chance in the jungle for that, is what they were saying. But
yeah, they said they wasn't through even after the case and all that.
Deadliest racial confrontation in Arkansas.
Yeah, I'm saying even after that, even after the case and everything, the white men that were there specifically and publicly let motherfuckers know we ain't through.
Okay, so now we're gonna learn something that I think before I get off here, I'm gonna try to give as many. Okay, how many of you know about this Black college? Philander Smith University. They ain't in no CIAA. What's the CIAA basketball tournament? They not in the MEAC. Who the hell is Philander Smith University? Well, it's a private HBCU in Little Rock, Arkansas. It is affiliated with the United Methodist Church and is a founding member, a college most of us never even heard of, is a founding member of the United Negro College Fund. Lord, let's read some history. Philander Smith University was officially founded in 1877 under the name of Walden Seminary. Preachers and teachers were the main professions of influence for Negroes, preachers and teachers. So many of your schools are normal schools. Normal schools are for, people should remember this. Normal schools are schools to train people to be teachers. Tuskegee and many of the HBCUs started as normal schools. So there goes the teachers part. The other part were that's why they all have a seminary school some kind. That's why for many a century or more, the leaders of our community have been what? Reverend this, Reverend that, right? Reverend Nat Turner, etc. Right?
Reverend Martin Luther King.
Reverend Martin Luther King, and so forth and so on. Reverend Jesse Jackson. We can go down the list. So preachers and teachers. So you're gonna find that as the school. So right. So this was Walden Seminary. and it was educational opportunities for emancipated slaves west of the Mississippi. 1882, the school was renamed Philander Smith College in honor of the financial contributions of Adeline Smith, widow of Philander Smith.
Mhm.
Some white man, I take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Truth, if you don't mind, can you put that link in the back up?
What
Because it
of
ties
this?
into the story, but it also
Wait,
ties
hold on.
into a methodology you preach.
Hold on 1 second. What's the I don't even know what that means. Where'd you Lord have mercy. I don't know nothing. Oh,
The
private
chat,
chat.
the
There you
chat,
go. I see.
yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, copy, link address. Let me go here. Rob Bourne, I'm gonna kill you for this. How the hell do I spend my Saturday night on this shit? The hell?
All the magic, my dude.
Back to Africa movement. This where anywhere in particular?
No, this is Arkansas.
Oh, this is
And
Arkansas. Nice. Arkansas
Yeah,
is back to Africa.
Arkansas had the most of us out of any other state go to
That's
Liberia.
crazy. We outnumbered them 3-1 in Arkansas.
Look at this.
But
Arkansas
the dual
was
purpose
to
of the dual purpose of this was to, tie it back into y'all story,
right
but
on.
to preach the methodology of start where you stand, because that's the encyclopedia of Arkansas.
Look at this, y'all. Look. Who would have known this? Deb and them niggas was and you thought it was New Yorkers. It was Bamas talking about we going to Africa. Why? Because they was hanging niggas from trees down there. You get it now? Do you
Yeah.
get it? I'm really
yeah,
trying to understand why somebody would think I might take my chance over in the jungle than with this shit.
Yeah, I showed them the map of the lynchings, and the darker the shade, the more lynchings it was, and all the South, that area where I was born and raised at, had the darkest and most lynchings
But look at this.
between after Civil War, 1864 through I would say 100 years, yeah, through Jim Crow.
But look at this, yo. But we would think, okay, that's the 18. Look, after even emancipation, going into your great migration, you still got people going to Liberia. This is what I'm saying. So now when you see Back to Africa, it's not with Marcus Garvey. It's a continuation of what had been going on since Prince Hall first and then Paul Cuffey. You get what I'm saying? He didn't do nothing new. Matter of fact, he learned that from old boy who was still messing with the ACS. Oh, damn, man. He got the church over there on 130 something. It's the African Orthodox Church. What's the boy name? Hold on. This is what Garvey even looks in that direction. It's Alexander, what the hell is his name? African Orthodox Church. What's his name? Rob Bourne. Goddamn, man. Okay, McGuire.
McGuire.
There you go. So now, look, y'all. This, right? Okay, so but it was him and somebody else. But he was the founder of the African
Oh
Orthodox
shit, we got a
Church
shrine. We got a shrine.
and a prominent member
We got a
of.
shrine, nigga.
Look. So here you go. We got a coconut doing this, trying to take us back to Africa. Ain't this some shit? No, immigration and priesthood. So he came here in 1894. He joined the African Methodist AME Church, obviously. He led small African churches in Ohio, Philadelphia. He's in Richmond. He was director of some church or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so St. Thomas he was a part of, which was Absalom Jones's church that he started, right? So now you got him. McGuire
So
served.
because of what they were doing 20 years later, we get the red summer.
Yeah, so look at this. We got Arkansas again. This might be Arkansas history night, this mug. So McGuire goes to be the archdeacon of the colored working diocese of Arkansas. So he returns to the UN to the U.S.
Did he start that shrine of Black Madonna shit, right? That's him, right?
No. That wasn't him. That was shit. I can see him too. Hold on. Let me not even. We gonna do this right. I forget his name. I'm getting old. Shrine of Black Madonna. There you go. Albert Cleage. Albert Cleage started.
The Detroit nigga, right?
I know that name.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
bad, I missed the
Over in
mark.
Liberia. Over in Liberia.
Albert, this is in Albert. It's trying to. I think it's one left. It's worse. One in Cali. I think it's one in Atlanta still. This is that's probably
Oh,
one.
you talking about the churches over here?
Yeah, yeah. So Albert Cleage is important because Shrine of Madonna, Black Madonnas, and still is integral in them. When we start having them Black summits later, the one you
Yeah.
might have seen that Tony Brown was hosting and whatever. Cleage was up there with shit. Vernon Jordan, Deborah Brazil.
Mm.
I think wasn't Elijah up there for one? Bro,
Mhm.
yeah,
Might have been.
His
yeah.
what's the other two brothers' name? What's their name? Damn, the Oladati brothers, the Republican New African dude, the dudes that wound up.
Yeah, the Jews of the Republic of the New Africa. But yeah, so it wasn't McGuire though. It's the other dude, man. It's the gray haired dude. Okay, hold on. Back to Africa.
Oh, you talking about Turner?
Yeah, Henry McNeil. God damn, thank you, man. Woo.
Mm.
Henry.
He was a militant Jesus nigga.
Right.
He told him, he put a number
Here you
on
go.
their head.
So this is where Garvey is then getting this from. So Turner is doing his
Garvey's
AMA
a
thing,
scammer. He stole everybody's shit.
right? Yeah.
That's why Hubert Harrison
What
took
year
his
is
girl.
this?
So Turner does the freedoms. He's part of Freedmen's Bureau. He fought in the Civil War. He was like a position in the Civil War. But look, so this is the reason many people went prior to him. Angered by Democrats regaining power and instituting Jim Crow laws in the late 19th century South, Turner began to support Black nationalism and immigration of Blacks to the African continent. There's no Marcus Garvey in America yet.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember the organization back when? Now watch this. This movement has started before the Civil War under the ACS. Turner was the chief figure in the late 19th century to support such immigration to Liberia. Most African leaders at the time were pushing for rights in the United States. So we see what I showed earlier with us in this decision about do we go to Africa or do we fight for rights here? In that case, anti-slavery and others. Look what we have here in the 1890s now. 1890s, you are free. You migrating and traipsing to Chicago and Watts and Harlem and everywhere else, right? So Turner, not Garvey. Garvey don't come to what, 1913, right?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
no. 1913, Back to Africa movement is Chief Alpha Sam.
No. I'm
Oklahoma.
just saying. I'm just
No.
saying as far as
Garvey.
Garvey's term.
Oh, I got you.
So look,
But
this
that-
is important because Garvey steps into something when I'm trying to get people to understand. This whole
was
back
already
to
in
Africa
motion.
thing was already
Yeah.
going for well over since. Who was they talking about in the Freedom's Journal? They were talking about Paul Cuffey, who was taking people to Africa. The Freedom's Journal closes over this fight of immigration to Liberia. That is 70 some odd years before this. And it's been going on. Now we see it in 1890s. Ain't no Garvey talking about this going back to Africa yet. But Turner was the chief figure in the late 19th century, that's the late 1800s, to support going to Africa. This is where Garvey gets this from, these people doing this. Him, McGuire, and you get it?
I mean, yeah, it's
Teachers
more
and
than one.
teachers.
This is what Garvey is walking into. So then put it to like, Garvey was back to Africa. No, this is what I'm saying. We don't know our story well enough to understand, like, that sounds like part and expression sounds juvenile for you to think that if you really knew our history. Because Turner founded the International Migration Society, right? And later he got another newspaper. He organized two ships with a total of 500 or more immigrants who traveled to Liberia when 1895 ain't no Garvey, 1896 ain't no Garvey, Black people are going to Africa, Liberia, even after they are free and migrating to the cities.
You said
Right here.
then the two
And
ships
these
they went.
Bama's
I'm
going.
saying they went over there.
Yes, they went to go look. Yes. This was established. I know this is talking about the ACS. They tended to assume their superiority. What did I tell you earlier? They tended to assume their superiority, Americo-Liberians, to indigenous Africans in the area and establish their own society. Blah, 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 blah. Disliking the lack of economic opportunity, culture shock, and widespread tropical diseases, some of the migrants returned to the U.S. After that, Turner did not organize another expedition. But we got
They been wanting to come back. They was writing former slave master. Bring me back. Take me back.
but that's earlier. Yes, you're right. But this is now in the 1890s. They're like, oh hell no, too many goddamn flies over this shit. Huh? Take me back to the tenements. Sorry. So we see this now. It says he sailed 4 times to Liberia and Sierra Leone. Ain't no Garvey. See, if we gotta take whatever, we should know our
Can I
story.
give you and Rod one more?
Go ahead.
Can I
That's
give
the
you
last
and
one. I'm
Rod
getting the hell
one
out of
more
here.
for that?
It's gonna stop. Go ahead.
Can I give y'all this last one for the Abos? It's in the back
Yeah.
chat. Keep this one,
Hold
Rod.
on. Hold on. Let me go. Private chat.
It should be
And
1908.
it's crazy because I was just talking to an African woman that was claiming that all of this back to Africa, all of this Pan-African blackness at its inception was strictly based with Caribbean men. And I was like, nah, sis, that
No,
don't
not
sound
at all.
right.
Prince Hall, Prince Hall was a coconut, so he don't count. But Paul Cuffey was not. But look, let me do this real quick. Oklahoma, Negro enthusiastic after trip to Liberia. George Washington, colored of Okmulgee, Indian territory.
Okmo.
All right, Okmulgee has just returned from West Africa and is enthusiastic over the idea of a general exodus of Negroes from Oklahoma to Liberia. He found that less than 1/5 of the land there is taken up and that it can be purchased for a song, which means for cheap. While here in Oklahoma, the price of farms is soaring and it will soon be too high for the ordinary darky to buy. And the lucky freedmen will be the only ones of African blood who can own land. Washington is going up and down the Creek Nation preaching immigration to Africa and is meeting with much encouragement from Negroes. And it is probable an exodus of Oklahoma Negroes to Liberia may take place within the next 2 years. This is 1908. This is before Garvey, but after Turner even. And we still got Negroes. So this is what we got to figure out. Like, okay, and I'm not doing it this episode, but where did we lose this connection to knowing our history in relation to Liberia? Because it seemed like going into the 19s and well into the migration, we had connections with it. But now if you ask a lot of people outside of Woketopia about Liberia, they're going to think you was talking about Libya. On that note, yes, you niggas are cool. And yes, you niggas are fun. Yes, Rob Bourne, you got me to be on here for all these goddamn hours. Yes, I appreciate everybody from Dev and who stopped by, Uncle Shug and even V Note and the rest of you, all the other folks up here, Vyasa, Wall Street, everybody in the chat. You can thank Rob Bourne for this. And Rob Bourne, no matter what, remember this happened because you died, my man. So don't ever try to now, Kadav, I gotta let this out before I go. So don't ever try to reconstruct this record. The reason I went live is because you died earlier trying to challenge the black robot who defeated AI again twice in 1 week. For those in the chat, keep
Thank you,
count.
Rob. Thank you, Rob.
Out of here. Won't happen no more. I can tell you. Yo, stop texting me, man. No, get the fuck. I'm not. You're not in? Oh, pause. Jesus. There you go. Go ahead. I can tell you to your face now. So listen, brother. I'm not doing this shit no more. You can ask Q Butter and Deb and all these other smart niggas to do this shit. Q Butter talk to you about RBG all goddamn day. Let him do it. I'm not doing it. I think the chat, I think the people who support it. If you learn one new thing, his Cash App is Rob Bourne. If you want to help and contribute and donate, my Cash App is HistoryMan718. If you want to help and contribute and donate so I can get these Meta glasses so you can stop me talking about this shit.
Meta.
Yeah, Deb, I got this idea. I want to go around the city. Remember, Q, okay, check this out. So now I could walk around that David Ruggles plaque and all that and just say, hey, Meta, record, bang. And I don't got to worry about pulling out the phone. Or I hate pulling out cameras and phones and all that. Boom. Then I could just walk around all the city, Q. And yes, I could go do that plaque over there because Q's still mad at me. And yes, chat, he's dead right for being because I did not go out there yet. I'm going to tell it to you live. Rob Bourne is mad at me because I ain't go out there to Q school yet. So yes, that has to be on the agenda. And yes, Q, I apologize and I will make myself out there. That's a fact. But enough all that sympathetic me.
Do they have any that look like normal fashion wear instead of the ones that look like you just came from goddamn Charlie Sheen rehab fucking alcohol rehab party?
But with all that
look, you got on those fucking glasses.
I'm so pathetic. I was in Best Buy today, like just looking in the mirror, like, I think I like these. I'm gonna get the matte ones, and oh man, I got all type of. My daughter was with me. She was like, "Yo, you are a geek for real, son." My daughter told me this shit today.
So they stand alone. You ain't gotta have no device with you.
No, you have your phone with you, but they'll record. So what it is, you could tell it. I found out it records up to either 3 to 5 minutes now. So now,
that's gonna depend on the goddamn whatchamacallit rate. Yeah.
So it won't be. I thought initially live, and they set it up, but I was looking.
You should be able to cloud it though.
No, and I can store it, but the only way you can go live because Meta, owns Instagram, so you can go live on Instagram. But I don't even have social. 2026, I'm gonna be socialized. I don't even have none of that cool people stuff outside of this channel. I'm kind of corny. I'm looking for friends, y'all. Yeah, y'all want? No, let me stop. But yeah, hopefully,
Dev voice.
Yeah, clouded. Yeah, let me get this straight. I'm gonna leave that. Yo, Brendan, once again, thank you, Brendan. And hold on, because I'm like I say.
What up, Brendan?
I want to say also shout out to my man WW. He know I don't like saying names.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Yes.
Leave it alone.
Vyasa as well, and LW and Baka and Brendan. Yeah, y'all, like, please don't ever think, and every single dime I appreciate. I know it's Arrow to Sistercy season, and you gotta buy gifts for your kids and your black friends or whatever. So, for all I said, at the end of the day, seriously, we've been on here for a couple hours, and I think 81 people around here is like 810 people, and I hope all 81 people honestly learn at least one new thing. That's all I honestly ask. We've said a lot. I ain't one of them. You should know all of this, and you ain't. Nah. If you got one new thing, then I feel honestly I didn't waste my time. I didn't anyway.
And you got 11 more days until Arrow to Sister.
Yes, you got 11 more days.
You got work to do.
Nah, I ain't doing shit else. Rob won't gas me no more because next Vyasa, y'all don't see on the other end like I'm just supposed to go live because he gonna give me some. No, to hell with all that shit. I'm going back to trolling into Q and Psycho's chat like I'm supposed to. I'm not with all this
I love
educational
my
shit.
people, yo. I love my people.
I'm not doing it. Now you go out there and fight George Macon and crazy ass Unbiased and Tariq Minions all you want. I'm not doing this shit. Okay? I showed you when I was African, and right now, what's my new thing? Don't call me no African. To all of y'all, I honestly say I don't know if Q or Dab is going to go live, but yo, I'm out of here. I'm going to smoke my clip. Seriously, this was fun for me, and I just because I think for the most part, people got one new thing, and hopefully y'all got some ammo if you choose to, change the conversation. Do I y'all want that link? Do y'all want them? No, I'm gonna save that.
Yes.
What?
The 1835 link.
Cue the live stream, Dev. But yes, we want the link. Yes. We all work in tandem.
Yeah, put
all right, I'm gonna put this link in the chat, and this is for people like Vyasa and who else? Not a coincidence. And I know Sean may watch this on Brendan, like GA, like the super Ibibio, TK, the super nerds. Y'all will understand that this right here, boom. Scroll down to page 15 and 16. And there you go. So now when the question of is why y'all don't call yourself Africans and why you'll understand the political world, you have a little bit more, you have names and so forth and so on. And now you have the documentation. Also, the Color Conventions Project you can look up as well. So there you go. I think I've done my part. Thank you, Dab, of course, and Q and Wall Street and Vyasa. And thank you, Rob Bourne, because hopefully people did get one new thing. This is the longest, saddest fucking goodbye in the world. Peace, y'all. I'll see y'all later. I'm the fuck out of here.
On the motion of JD Close. Yeah.
Hey, Willie, hold this for a second. Click.